What's up, good people? We are live. We are live in effect without a sound check. Hopefully, everybody, hopefully everybody can hear me. It does look like that is the case. It does look like that is the case. Shout out, and y'all are in here. As soon as I hit the go live button, I saw like 40 people. So that's good. That's good. I like it. I like it. I like it. But let's get ready to go. Let's get started. Let's get it. Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what we're doing. You know what we came to do here today. So let's get ready to go. I'm trying to find the intro. I always make that accidental rhyme every time I say, let's get ready to go. Where's the intro? But shout out to everybody in the building. Much love. Shout out to everybody, everybody who showed up and was in attendance at the Black Manosphere meetup. It was wonderful. Can't wait to talk about it. Let's go.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
What is going on? What is going on? What's up, good people? We are back in the building. We are back in the building. Glad to be here. Shout out to everyone who was in attendance. I know we're going to have a good show, and I almost got 100 people in here right when the intro barely done rolling, and we already got 100 people in here. Yeah, I took some time, well, not some time off from recording my live stream. I didn't bring all the equipment down to Atlanta to record a live stream, a productive live stream show during the meetup. But no, we were down there doing what we were doing, taking care of business, and man, it was absolutely wonderful. Shout out to the early bird squad, those that make it in bright and early before we even get things started. We got KD in the building, the Mac the trucker who was in attendance. It's funny, I didn't recognize him when I saw him, even though I've seen his face and talked to him multiple times, and he came to talk to me, and if for some reason it didn't jump out at me. It was certain people who just jumped right out. I just knew who they was on sight. Some of them on voice because there's so many people that I hadn't seen in person. But the Mac the trucker was one that I had seen. I've seen him on camera. For some reason I didn't recognize him. But shout out to the Mac the trucker in the building. He said, "I'm glad I was a part of it all." I'm glad I was a part of it. All the content creators were very cool, and the brother Bernard is much taller in person. Well, most brothers were. I'm only 5'8". No, brother, you're a generous 5'8". You're a generous 5'8". Yeah, I mean, hey, Told y'all I was 6'1". Told y'all I was 6'1". But yeah. He said I was taller in person. Shout out to you. Appreciate that. Dark Knight mentality in the building. Says, I'm glad to see the Manosphere meetup was a success. It certainly was. It's amazing what Black men can do when we put aside petty differences and get together for a common goal, male empowerment. Well, see, here's the thing. I initially sort of didn't like the idea of, the like-minded, I'm quoting Little Big Nate, the like-minded men aspect of it, because I did in my mind think that, hey, everybody should be more or less able to come. I did initially not able to come. I did initially think like that, but I think a big part of the reason why it was the success that it was is because it wasn't about petty differences didn't have to get put aside when the guest list was ultimately full of like-minded men. Like that was one of the criterias, just and that kept nonsense to a minimum. It really did. Everybody there was relatively like-minded, on most things. And so that sort of helped. I would say that helped. But so I don't think petty differences had to get set aside. Now, if you get a bunch of men who are not like-minded together, then yeah, there's some differences that have to be worked out. There's some differences that have to be worked out, but that wasn't necessarily the case with this. Stoic One in the building, Black Wolf Inc. in the building, E-Black TV. Shout out to you. Hit me up, me and you talked. This brother met this brother face to face. Definitely was good talking to you. We got to get together and do some things. Fresh and Fit 1 million. Man, I don't like when people make accounts with some content creator with another content creator's face and name. I don't like that. That type of stuff get you blocked around here. No big fan of that. There's a bunch of you made it when there's a bunch of people posing as you. There's a lot of fake Bernard Rileys going around these YouTube streets causing troubles. So I do tend to block accounts with somebody else's name and face when I know they're not the person. No big fan of that. Unless it's a few that I let rock. See, when you do that, you have to be funny with it. Put it like that. You have to be funny. If you're funny, I'll let you rock. Well, let me get to shouting out some people in the building. E-Black TV in the building with the $3 and 304. Ah. with the hose be winning super chat. That's funny. That went over my head. I didn't get that one. Shout out to who else we got in this piece? Shout out to my main man, Black Wolf Inc. in the building. Says, salute, Captain. This was quite the time for the Manosphere, and I hope 2022 will be focused on mending fences and restoring burned bridges. Play my intro. Absolutely, absolutely. I don't want to speak too much on it. I want to let others make some. Well, no, I'm not playing your intro. Playing your. Yeah, there's a lot of people from various corners of the sphere who I don't want to announce anything by name because that's not good protocol, not how you should do it. Just put that out there like that. But yeah, there's a lot of people who like what's going on and want to participate in the next one. I'll say that. I'll definitely I'll give you I'll give you the teaser trailer on that one. And I'm changing some settings here. Bear with me. That should handle that. All right, we'll see. That didn't do a whole lot. Oh well. I have to fix that later. There's a way I can get. Never mind. Y'all don't even know all my behind the scenes stuff. Shout out to Black Wolf Inc. in the building. Shout out to you. Appreciate you coming on through. Who else we got in here? I know I saw more people super chatting. Shout out to Jerome D. Says congratulations on the success of the meetup. Side note, HBD to the late Patrice. Oh, okay, okay. HBD to the late Patrice O'Neill. This should be a holiday in the Manosphere. You threw me off the HBD Happy Born Day. I forgot people say that, but yeah, you got a point there. You got a point there. You got a point. You got a point there. You definitely got a point there. But all right, my man, Little Big Nate in the building says only like-minded men. That's why it was a success. I don't even know if you were listening when I just spoke on that, because I initially, you know how I am. If my channel get called, the Switzerland of the sphere, the place where everybody could come. So my mind, the way I think, the way my mind operates, I ideally would like for everybody to come, but I think it was your divine infinite wisdom in getting that first one off the ground. I did think that was that turned out to be a very important factor that I didn't even consider. I didn't even consider that turned out to be the, probably the leading factor in what made it a success is like-minded men. That was I do got to give you credit for that. I got to give you credit for a lot of things, little big Nate. Like, this doesn't happen if it wasn't for you. And as as a lot of people know now, just hear me out. Just go down this yellow brick road with me when it comes to little big Nate. Okay, little big Nate, as a lot of people found out, is little big Nate is 5'5". It was funny, probably a generous 5'5". Now, it was hilarious when people saw him, and then they saw how short he was. They was like, with that big, mighty, powerful voice is coming out of a man who's 5'5". But you see, I already knew he was 5'5". The reason I knew he was 5'5" because he said it multiple times. So I knew that about Little Big Nate, and I knew that's what was the reason for the name Little Big Nate, because he was a little guy with a big voice and a big impact. That's why one of the one-on-ones that me and him did before, and I hope he goes with my idea. I made a very sloppy thumbnail, but the concept would be a perfect logo for him. It was a really small guy who was casting a humongous shadow. And when I say that, like, that's what Little Big Nate is, and this whole event embodies that aspect of Little Big Nate. Because this small guy with a small channel, only 1,000. Well, I think the Manosphere Meetup got him over 1.8K, but he was at 1.7K for a minute. But so he doesn't even have 2,000 subs. But the power of his voice, his vision, and his ability to just speak and inspire is what led to this. So here he is, a guy with this little channel was really one of the ones that spearheaded this and made this happen. If you only got 1.8K subs, a lot of people don't even know. A lot of people don't even know about you. But even with that small channel, he inspired this. Like, that's huge. That means a lot. That says so much about him and what he is and how he. Yeah. So I can't say enough. I can't say enough about Little Big Nate and how. Yeah, this doesn't happen if it wasn't for him. Theo would have did an IT conference, but it would have never played out to be a Manosphere, the first Black Manosphere convention, if it wasn't for little old Little Big Nate with his little bitty channel that made this thing happen. Like that, that's huge. That's huge. So I definitely have to shout out Little Big Nate on that one. Definitely have to shout him out, man. Would you like? Can't say enough. Can't say enough. Coach Ali Corner in the building. Shout out to Coach Ali's Corner. Shout out to Coach Ali's Corner. Came through with a super chat. He came through. He was a speaker at the event. He was talking about something that I'm going to end up having to use. He was talking about getting home loans, getting the house, no money down. It was enough. If savings mine is dead, LJ is listening. It was I'm not even going to start a mortgage beef right now, but it was a lot of good information, in there that Coach Ali presented. I got to meet this brother in person. We both were living in Michigan at one point and didn't meet here, but we ended up meeting down in Atlanta, so that was definitely great. But he says, the event was big. When Master Yao Morris makes an appearance, Little Big Nate did his thing over the weekend. Shout out to him and all the brothers that attended. Absolutely, absolutely, 100%, 100%. And oh man, this is looking like one of those days where I'm just gonna be sitting here reading y'all super chats. Man, appreciate it. I see they coming through fast, quick, and in a hurry. Shout out to Jake Jr. in the building. So congratulations on a successful meetup. Hope there are many more to come. There are certainly many more to come. You can take that to the bank. Azrael today, Walker met this brother in person, shook his hand. Okay, that's when my memory get bad. Yeah, I did. Yeah. He was there. Hope my memory don't fail me, and I've shout out somebody who was there that wasn't there, but I'm confusing YouTube names. Yeah, he was there. He was like, I called Nate the Black Charles Heston. Once I heard his voice at the Weston, I knew it was him. Yeah. Shout out to you, Bernard. It was great meeting you. Yes, yeah. I knew I met you. I knew I shook your hand, but I was sitting here having a brain fart. Like, wait a minute, because I know y'all based off YouTube names. And then some people met, I met them in person, and they like, hey, what's up? Hey, Bernard, nice to finally meet you in person, man. My name is Richard. I'm like, then they be like, no, man. I mean, then they'll say their YouTube name, and I'm like, oh, what's up, man? So it was a lot of moments like that where people who've been supporting me for years, I got to, well, not for years. Well, yeah, I've been doing this. I'm going on 2 years now. So people who've been supporting me for years, I got to meet them in person. So that was definitely wonderful. We got Drero Stream. That autofocus finally fixed, quality looking sharp. Well, it's a whole new camera. I still got the other camera. It's over there. I don't got it set up right now for multiple camera angles, but I'll still use that as a camera. I got three cameras here. And I got 3 cameras, 4 mics, 4 headsets. So yeah, it's just going to be a whole thing. There's going to be a whole thing going on. But right now, yeah, just working on one camera view right now. I got this camera working right. I got to get the other ones working right. Captain Cisco in the building. He says, Bernard, what was it like actually seeing the mystery Obsidian in person? It was hilarious to just watch him talk and see facial expressions and mannerisms with the voice. That part was just too funny. That part, it was hilarious. It was so many funny parts, and we did some pre-recorded content because Obsidian's room was a presidential suite up on the 22nd floor, so we was up there and we did a lot of pre-recorded content. So I don't even want to say none of the stuff that we talked about in the pre-recorded content, but it's so funny that when Obsidian is talking, you know how people talk with their hands and they gesture with their hands and be pointing with their hands when they talk. Well, he'd be pointing and waving his cane around when he talked. It'd be funny. Yeah, it was so much funny. It was so much funny stuff that would just meeting Obsidian in person. And yeah, he's a real person. He's a real person. Obsidian live in flesh. We're going to be dropping some pre-recorded stuff that was filmed by professional cameraman, professional lights, camera, action. Me, Little Big Nate, Obsidian, and Minister Jap was up there in the presidential suite. Sitting there, and had a discussion. So that content will be getting released. Best case scenario, it'll be getting released today. Best case scenario, you might see some of it today, maybe tomorrow. More actual photos will be released. One of the critics said something, and a lot of the criticism is just utter nonsense. But one fair thing that one of the critics said is that on the next one, we need to make it to where people can't, I forgot exactly the legal language of it. Some form NDA or something. I don't know. The legal language of it don't matter, but it's just basically making sure that people can't just put out random grainy cell phone images and videos of the event until the official images of the event come out. That way, when people see it for the first time, they'll just see the professional look that it was, other than grainy cell phone camera videos. So, that was really the only fair criticism. That was like, I was thinking that, while when I start seeing stuff popping up on my YouTube timeline, I was thinking that all day, but then it was just in the back. I just put it in the back of my mind. But when I heard one of the critics say it, I was like, you know what? You got a point there. You got a point there. So the next one, we will make sure of that. But there will be, professional photos and videos that will be released. All the stuff, you won't get all of that. All of it, a lot of it, you gotta be there to get it. You gotta be there to get it. But there are some things that we pre-planned to release. We recorded, a few hours of content, maybe at least 2 hours of content that we'll be gradually getting sit down conversation with me and Obsidian, sitting down talking. Then it was two different sittings where me and Obsidian sat down and talking. Then the last one, Little Big Nate, Minister Jap, me and Obsidian was there. So y'all will be getting that. Y'all will be getting that soon. Today at the earliest, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow at the latest. But shout out to Captain Cisco. And oh yeah. Is he really half man, half machine with his Echo Box implanted into his chest with robotic hips? Yes. The Echo Box is implanted into his chest. It's like the Tony Stark, arc reactor. It's there. Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Sir Tice. Met this man in person. Shout out to Sir Tice. Great brother right there. He says, salute Bernie in the chat, attendees and presenters. I'll admit I'm blown away hearing some of the criticism from the people that weren't there. LOL. But it's cool. Not one presenter topic was about Black women. Yeah, that's generally true. Well, not exactly. Minister Jap talked about dick discipline. So you can't talk about dick discipline without talking about women. So Minister Jap did de facto talk about women. Obsidian didn't really start talking about women until the Q&A version, where somebody just asked the sort of clumsy question. So how did you come up with the concept of Black female fuckery or something like that? Somebody asked that question. Asked him just how did he come up with the phrase, and that just turned into like a 10 to 15 minute comedy sketch for Obsidian, where we basically got to see him essentially do the Obsidian Media Network, the live stream show. We got to actually see him do that live and in person, and that's when he was swinging his cane around while he was talking. People talk with their hands. He was talking with his cane and was like, and so I went over there, and then I went and swung his cane back around. I was like, dude, put the cane on the ground while you're talking. So yeah, that was definitely so yeah. But no, nobody else really. The discussion wasn't about women, and it was a lot of things that I'm hesitant on how much of it I'm going to talk about. But there's a lot of things that's in place where the ball is rolling on so many things that's going to help and benefit Black men. That so we it's things that we actually, I always say it's a huge aspect of our YouTube channels that's actually entertainment. It's no doubt entertainment. You got to educate, entertain, and enlighten. When you got all of those together, you tend to have a successful channel. But the important thing, a very important thing when it comes to this is understanding that true business gets done behind the scenes. Me and JB is doing some real actual business behind the scenes. There's a lot of people, the people who took the IT training while they were there. Yeah, I mean, Theo not going to be able to have them making $100,000 after one sit down. So it's going to be some follow up. It's going to be ongoing process, ongoing training, ongoing. So this is going to be the real work is done behind the scenes. The real work, the real building, the real creating, the all of that is done behind the scenes, and that's one thing that we definitely gotta understand. When we talking about these things. So shout out to Sir Tice in the building. But you are making a really good point when you said all the criticism. Well, no, was that you that said? Yeah, you said you're blown away by some of the criticism that came from people who weren't even there. Not a single person who was there criticized it. Not a single person who was there criticized it. Let that sink in. The Mac Trucker back in the building. He says the Manosphere meetup was successful. Most brothers in attendance was suited and booted. It was definitely suit Friday and Saturday, and definitely rocking my chaos shirt. Hurting some feelings. Absolutely, absolutely. Shout out to shout out to you. Shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat. But yeah, it was a lot of an interesting story. Well, I want to get through these super chats. He said car designer. I met car designer Chris. That was another one that I met who I didn't know who he was, so he had to say, he told me his real name. Then he was like, then I was like, who? He was like, man, car designer Chris, and I'm like, oh, what up, man? That was another one of those situations where somebody who's been supporting me for a while just walked up to me face to face, shook my hand, and yeah, I had no idea. No idea. I'm gonna have a camera back on in a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. I had no idea who he was, and then he let me know who he was, and it was on. I definitely appreciate everybody who support my stream, support my channel. Appreciate all the support. It was great, absolutely great meeting all of you in person. Absolutely great. I was I'm still blown away by that. I'm still blown away by that. And yeah, it was a mixture of brothers in there. It was brothers who was already in great careers. It was brothers on the way up. It was brothers there for the IT training. Some of them already kind of had their foot in the door of IT, but they're trying to take it to the next level. It was a lot of different aspects to it. So yeah, it was wonderful. One thing that I'll say as I'm trying to get through the super chats. Big Mag the Fisher in the building. Met this brother face to face. Good brother. He was, yeah, saw him. He was one of the last few people. Yeah, one of the last few people that he was at the. We went to breakfast towards the end. It was probably like 8 people that went to the breakfast. After everybody was gone, it was just a few people holding out to the end. We went to breakfast so yeah, Big Mag was there at breakfast with us, and yeah, shout out to Big Mag the Fisher who's there with me, little Big Nate. Great Britain, big as hell. people, some people said I look taller in person. Now Great Britain, all is 6'5". Great Britain, a big dude. Hoop Jargon looked like Lamar Odom, and he about 6'6" his damn self. It was a lot of tall people in there, but it was a lot of short people in that joint too. There's a lot of short people in that junk in that joint. But yeah, with some people in there that I was looking up to, like damn, like skyscrapers in that joint. Yeah, Great Britain, a big dude. Great Britain, a D tackle all day. And people were saying that I was big. Well, some people said I was taller than they expected. Um Ricky Manor was there. He like 6'5" and big as hell. And he said he was one of the few that said I look smaller in person. Well, a few couple people said that, but it's different when you're seeing somebody in person for the first time after you've seen them on the screen forever. Car designer Chris in the building. He said seeing Obsidian on stage was worth the trip. Oh yeah. It just turned into a full blown the Obsidian show comedy sketch when the Q&A opened up. He had a serious conversation during his opening speech, his opening diatribe. But once the Q&A, man, he just let loose. It was just hilarious. Uncle Stu, the old man on the block, said just showing support. Shout out to you. Um Sonny Bravo, he says, I heard it. I heard about it 2 weeks ago. Next time, though. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. There's a lot of people who heard about it late. Clue, the Clue channel was in the building. Shout out to him. Met this man, shook his hand. Shout out to the Clue channel in the building. Black Wolf back in the building. He says, please get DJ Kuda and others involved in the next meetup. He was right in saying it should have been broadcasted. I don't know about that, but I do think aspects of it should be released with there was a lot of professional cameramen and professional equipment there, and I don't think all of it shouldn't be released because like I say, true work gets done behind the scenes. But it should be a more concerted effort to make sure that there's like a better press release docket of it. I'll say that. I'll say that. So that's something that dude does need to get worked out right there. And I'm not about to get into the get this person in and get that person in it. It's I'm not I'm not doing that one. I'm not being I'm not being a part of that one. the like-minded men aspect of it is a formula, was a formula of the success. I did hear maybe 3 minutes of what Kuda had to say about it, and shout out to Kuda. But he was strong. Okay, in my mind, he was just. I'm not even gonna get into it, but from based off what he had to say about it, I'm like, he don't really rock with what we was doing there. But but so I don't. But I'm not going to get into the who's in, who's out, and I'm not on the determining committee on who's a like-minded man. I'll just say that. But there are some people who have publicly. I'm not even putting Kuda in this category. There's some people who have publicly criticized and tried to take a crap on this whole thing to the point to where, um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Ryan Cipher in the building. He says, salute to all the brothers I met at the meetup. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Oh, yeah, definitely. You're one of the ones now to see your picture, because that picture looked like it's from the meetup. I don't know if you introduced me if you shook my hand and said Ryan Cipher. So I do vividly remember seeing you, but I don't remember making the connection that you were Ryan Cipher when I was talking to you. He said it was fantastic. It was a pleasure meeting you in person, Bernard. We I think then we had some great conversations at the fancy restaurant Friday night. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, when I was talking, I remember talking to you, but I don't. In my mind, I wasn't thinking Ryan Cipher when I was talking to you. Yeah, I told you. I told everybody. I was on stage. I told everybody, when you talk to me, tell me your name, then tell me your YouTube name so I can know who I'm talking to. Full circle essentials in the building. He says next year, 2022. Absolutely, absolutely. Um, where we at? Where we at? Man, I can't even get through with it. Uncle Sue, the old man on the block in the building, he says, send in my second super chat on this live, showing love and support. Man, I appreciate everybody showing the love and support. Little Big Nate in the building, he says, make sure you all tune in to hear about the Manosphere meetup from the coordinator tonight on Little Big Nate show. Yeah, I definitely will be sharing that link. We do need to hear Little Big Nate go in on this subject. We do need to hear Little Big Nate on this. I know I'm supposed to be joined by JB and Obsidian momentarily, but Little Big Nate, if you want to come up and have, I don't know if you're busy, if you're working, I don't know what you got going on right now, but yeah, if you want to come up and have some words on this, man, the red carpet will always be rolled out for you. You know that. So yeah, let me know. He says, I will only if Jessica X is there. Yeah, actually, that's already in the works. Jessica X will be there. Like if she'll be there the same way that like the Tupac diagram that performs on stage. Yeah, that's how Jessica X is going to be there. Just a diagram of her. Yeah, like the Tupac diagram that was performing on stage with Snoop Dogg. Y'all remember that? Yeah, we already have that in the works. It's gonna be like, if y'all seen that movie, it's an older movie with Al Pacino, and I forgot the chick that was in the movie, little pretty blonde chick. Called the movie was named Sim One. It was really Simone, but spelled Sim One because he created a simulated pop star that nobody ever seen. She didn't exist. He just basically simulated. He created her on a computer and produced a music video when she had a hit song and she didn't exist. And yeah, so they hologrammed her in for a concert. She's like the biggest star on earth. Yeah, so we're going to go with that same concept with Jessica X. Mac City Productions in the building. Shout out to you. Sun is hot, raw. Nothing but love. Congrats and support. Well done, gentlemen. Mike and Vince Person in the building, someone's throwing something in the collection plate. Hey, I got to get y'all in studio. I'm trying to make it down to the bottom of these. I think I'm about to send this link to JB. I already sent a link to Obsidian. He about to be coming pretty soon. And if Little Big Nate want to get a piece of this, we will. He says, the Mac Trucker in the building says, Sister George wanted to attend, but no sisterhood members were allowed. Absolutely not. However, she is more than welcome to attend and bring like one of those, it's like those little receptors because we spoke into a microphone. If you have like a little receptor, I forgot exactly what they're called. You can pick up the audio feed of the live event if you're out there with the little receptor, just holding it up like that, so she can be outside, picking it up and everything. Yeah, she could do that, and I hope it rains, but she definitely can do that. Captain Cisco, invite Edward Anderson next time. Edward Anderson ain't coming. I even alluded to him coming to a meetup, and he was like, nah. He said he's keeping it. He said he's a YouTubian. He ain't coming. Car designer Chris back in the building. He says a big thank you to Theo Waff. Absolutely, absolutely. Theo Waff in the building. I don't know. I think I saw him. Shout out to Theo. That man is Minister Jap in the building. Let me drop a bomb for Minister Jap. Dropping a bomb for Minister Jap. And hey, this link ain't for everybody. This link is for I sent the link directly to Obsidian, and I gotta send it to JB because that was who I was originally going to only be talking about. Then Obsidian hit me up in the morning. I was only going to be talking with JB. Then Obsidian hit me up, and I was like, I gotta get Obsidian in here. And I see Little Big Nate and Minister Jap down there. So hey, somebody want to come up and I mean it's there. The link is there. That's for JB, Little Big Nate, Minister Jap. Don't somebody be indecent and just click the link. I just told y'all who it was for. So don't just take it. I'll have to I don't y'all know I don't like leaving people in the back like that. But shout out to Minister Jap in the building. He says, blessings, bro. Please tell these haters that the official footage from the videographer hasn't dropped. People saying the BTs was saying the best camera phone is all. Oh, okay, yeah, the BT. I don't even know what that's supposed to be said, but he basically saying people saying the camera phone is all we had. I actually said that earlier, and that's something we got to do for the next one. We got to put out, I believe it's called an NDA. Have them sign. Everybody sign an NDA agreement, basically saying you can't put out any of your cell phone footage until the official footage from the videographer is dropped. So yeah, that's what we gotta make sure that we do, because right now the only image of it that's out there is grainy cell phone footage. So people just hating like if we were just like it all was just documented and recorded on a cell phone. It's like, come on. But yeah, shout out to you, Minister Jap. We definitely got to make sure that we get that in pocket on the next one. But yes, the haters going crazy, but we know how that go. We know how that go. They just loving to hate a successful event, and not a single person who was there could actually even fix their mouth to criticize. Shout out to Minister Jap. He says, James the Great in the building. He says, what's up, Bernard and brethren? I am new to the page. I want to know how may I get info about the next meetup, such as dates, locations, hotels, tickets, planes, etc. I would hate to miss out in 2022. What you want to do for that one? You definitely want to get with Little Big Nate. He was the director of this one, and I'm pretty sure I definitely nominate him to be the director of the next one. I definitely nominate him for that because this one was a great success. So I definitely nominate Little Big Nate again. So yeah, contact Little Big Nate. The little man with the little channel with the big impact. That's literally why his name is Little Big Nate, because he's a little guy that has a huge, powerful voice that moves and inspires people. That's why he named himself Little Big Nate. The little guy with a big impact, little guy with a big voice. Like, man. So yeah, holler at Little Big Nate. Indigenous TV says y'all got roasted for wearing suits. I suppose white t-shirts and dirty blue jeans would have been more appropriate. So says a jealous. Is that a what is that a moose? Okay, I know who you're talking about. I know who you're talking about. But yeah, you know me. SKC in the building. He says, glad you guys got it done. Salute all. Now, Sir Tice, I'm mad at you because let me bring you up and talk some junk to you. I specifically said, hold on, don't say nothing yet because I can't hear you. They can hear you. I can't hear you. I'm pretty sure, Sir Tice, that I specifically said the link was in there if Minister Jap wanted to come up, a little big meat when you come up. And I said, don't nobody else come up because don't put me in a position to be rude and leave you in the back. And you did. You put me in a position, and I just couldn't bring myself to leave my man Sir Tice in the back. So you just you pulled the boss move Billy tactic.
Well, I was on the planning committee,
You
so
forced my hand against my will because you know that the kindness in my heart won't allow me to leave you in the back. And here come Theo doing the same thing. Y'all know I can't leave y'all in the back. Okay, all right, y'all know I put it out there for Minister Jap. But go ahead. We doing a whole thing now. We hold on. Let me get through some more super chats. Hey, y'all can keep them super chats coming. I'm going to take a slight break from reading them because I do want to get some perspective from Sir Tice and Theo. But Abdul Jones in the building with a $20 super chat. I definitely appreciate that. And we had somebody else. I shout out SKC. I just saw that when what was that? Abdul Jones. Shout out to Abdul Jones. I don't even know if I acknowledged that one properly. Indigenous TV. Where we at? Okay, I think I got him. Shout out to everybody, man. Greatly appreciate all the support. This is one thing I want to say, and Sir Tice, you witnessed this. Hold up. This would start something bigger. Absolutely. Hold on. Okay, I thought I saw something that I wanted to respond. Okay, let me say this before I pass the mic to you guys. Okay, this is something. Okay, shout out to Minister Jab. He said I'm setting up for his show. He can't come up, bro. But all right, yeah. But no problem. Do your thing. But thank you for stopping on by, coming through. Appreciate you. This is one thing that I noticed that it happened 3 times when I was out there. You with a solid group of brothers when you go out to eat and there's almost a full-blown fight for who's going to cover the bill. That happened 3 times. That happened 3 times with 3 different groups. And it basically it's a fight over the bill where one person ends up wrestling the check from everybody and just hands the waiter, the waitress, the check and his card, and then everybody like, man, come on, man. And then so because everybody wants to pay their way and put in, the waitress end up getting an ungodly high tip because everybody just throwing $20 at the middle of the table, and that's the tip. Like, you're with a solid group of guys where it's like a fight. Like, nobody wants to be that dude that didn't pay his way, So you're with a solid group of guys when you see things like that. They say that those are the type of things that when white upper class white guys or upper middle class white guys go out, you see that kind of fighting over the check type of thing. But
you say fighting. You say fighting over the check. I gotta jump in on this about the breakfast. I was gonna say yesterday or 2 days. And by the way, good morning, Bernie. Shout out to you.
Morning.
Shout out to the chat. Shout out Mr. Tolbert, my man, Full Circle. I'm just looking at the chat on the screen right now. Who we met on Sunday. And again, shout out to
Mr. Tober, aka Mr. Bowtie. Shout out to him. That was another one. I didn't recognize him right away when I saw him until he told me. And that brother like 6'4", 6'3", something like that. We went all the. It wasn't a big little fella Federation Day or nothing like that. It was a Bro Truth like 6'6" in there. Looked like he could dunk on somebody.
Yeah, Bro Truth is the center for the evening, Yeah, man, we had breakfast. Shout out to the Big Mike Drop. I'm going to be doing some content with him also. Very smart brother. So go to Big Mike Drop's channel. He covered the tab. Then Big Mag left a triple-digit tip there. And I'm like, come on, man. Had to go run and give him his money. He's like, nope, I want to leave something, Like you said, it was a couple other things, I don't want to divulge too much personal things that happened this evening. I'm going to keep it on the positive end. For us presenters, there were some minor things we were able to adapt, and the participants still seemed to love what we brought. It wasn't just strictly about content creators. You had guys giving some very valuable information. And I'm not saying it's just because I was on the dais, but You had brothers giving very valuable information, things that I wasn't familiar with. And I'm not exaggerating when I say this. I go to about 3 to 5 conferences a year, from AWS things to a company called Dynatrace. They call it Invent in Vegas. And quite frankly, I usually just go for the free room and food and some potential networking. Man, out of this conference, this was one of the best, hands down, I've ever been, just on the networking opportunities and the contacts I made. And the food was great too, but no, and by the way, thank you, brother Theo. Theo I said, so what kind of room, what do I need to get? He said, I already took care of it. And I'm like, what? You guys weren't the only ones with a presidential suite, so.
Oh no, I didn't have one. I was leeching off Obsidian's presidential suite. Had to go in there, take some pictures in it. did a little photo. Did a little photo shoot. Did a little photo shoot in there with the cameraman.
You're gonna love this one, man. I got 15 minutes for my little stand-up to go. I see Friedman Journal in the corner, and we've been talking some tech things behind the scenes. We literally live 2 miles away from each other.
Wow.
I mean, it's crazy how this was. And from the time we walked in, it's like, oh, you, like you said, the whole Richard, oh, I'm this person. I see Full Circle in the chat. That brother's got another Little Big Nate type powerful voice. As soon as he spoke, I knew it was him. As soon as I saw Great Britain, I'm like, oh, that's Great Britain. Some of these people are very recognizable, but it was great. And again, it wasn't strictly about Manosphere things or content creators. You had very valuable information. You had brothers. I heard Minister Jap's summation of this yesterday. You had without pocket watching, you had brothers, let's just say in the millions.
Yeah.
You had lawyers, you had doctors, you had guys mid-level in their career, but want to transition to this area. Because one thing in my presentation I want to focus on was how a lot of the skills I'm talking about can be applicable to any other career, and just the going out afterwards was formality. I don't want to divulge all the other people that came, but it was, like I said, it was great, So again, but by the way, I'll pass off to you, Theo. Talk about where you at too. I'll just say that. I won't, we know. So thank you again. Pleasure to meet you. We'll be doing it again and be in touch.
Theo, before I pass it to you, man, I just can't thank you enough. I thank you big time in person. Thank you big time through email. You had your you already had your IT event planned. Some people don't know the full origin story of how the Manosphere meetup even came to be, but Theo had his IT event planned, and his connection with Little Big Nate, and like I said, the inspiring little big voice that Little Big Nate has inspires people, and he definitely the two of you came together and ultimately spearheaded this event, and it was a first class production. And man, just can't say enough about you, man. Thank you. Your the investment that you're making in Black men, it just is absolutely great. You went from simping and investing in women to now you invest in the brothers now, man. And that's where it's at. That's where it's at.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah. So I'm only one person. Ryan said, why aren't you wearing 2 earphones? I'm like, oh, I only need one right now. That was kind of a joke from one of my meetings that I had there. First off, I want to say thank you for everybody who attended the conference. I was really happy to see you guys all there. I'm happy that it was a success to the degree that it was, that you guys are saying that it was successful. I just want to say really thank you about that. I was just, as somebody, if you went there, you would have seen me standing up many times and leaving. And that was because I was dealing with technical issues all the time. And I had a lot of guys and behind the scenes. I had Eric, Will, and Jason behind the scenes working on so many points to make it smooth. And that's why, I had to go. I had to think about all kinds of different things. So I'm glad that y'all had a good time and that that you guys had this opportunity. There's a lot of things that I wasn't even thinking about in terms of the networking. You guys made that happen. It's just spontaneous. Spontaneous. So I think what I did was I was able to create an environment, and I just said, here it is. You guys go with it. I'm going to do my thing, but I'm going to create this pocket and let the magic happen. And from what I'm seeing so far, the magic had happened, and what it's still happening now. So I'm very happy about it. There were various technical issues that we will definitely not have the next time.
Yeah.
There was some way I was like, regarding the NDA, we had an NDA. I had one ready.
Oh.
Yeah, and it was in my hotel room. There was different things happen, so that I kind of looked at the situation and I was like, screw it. It would have hurt the ambiance of what was going on. I saw different people recording, and I was like, I know who you guys are, and if I really don't like what you're doing, then I can go after you with YouTube myself. So I can do that. I can definitely make sure that like YouTube wakes up and says, oh yeah, this is not something that's good. So that was the point of view.
But the what I'm throwing right back to you. But it's not about not liking what somebody is doing. It's just about making sure that the first image that gets out there is a good, clean, clear, professional HD studio quality image. So the first images that get out there will match up with the class and presentation that the event actually was. So that's where it's at. I didn't believe anybody would do anything malicious while there to try to hurt the event. It's just about just the overall general presentation of it, So but I understand exactly where you're coming from. If you start telling people, hey, put your cell phones away, then that does mess up the ambiance. So that's something that you got to make sure people know in advance, right when they're signing up to come to the event. Just make sure that that's included, and then that way it's not like you're smacking people's wrists at the event, telling them to, because that would have threw off the ambiance and the brotherhood. So I definitely understand.
So there'll be different ways that I will deal with the management of the Manosphere meetup next time. But I'm aware of the situation. I'm aware how people act in environments. And I'm like, okay, like the way I thought it was going to be and the way it was totally different. I want to say one thing that like Freeman Journal said, and that was, he's talking about how the Wi-Fi wasn't working and only certain people had access. And I told people to suck it up, to deal with the situation and adapt. And that was something that I was constantly doing. And I'm glad, like I had 7 labs planned for it, and I was only able to do 2. But it was actually, those 2 that I did were actually very realistic, because they were done under not ideal situations. They were subpar situations. And I said that people had to be successful. So you had to think outside the box. You had to think about in different ways of being successful. And that's exactly the way IT is. So I'm glad that happened. And I think that was a very good exercise. And then for myself, doing the presentations and doing logistics, so many times I was having to think outside the box. I was something like, okay, like I can't, like this situation that I want that is like perfect, it's not going to happen. In fact, number 2 isn't going to happen. In fact, I have to think about making sure that it's positive and we get the flow. So how do we do that? Because it doesn't matter like what I want, it matters what the experience is of the people who are there. So suck it up, Theo, move on. And that's how I kept on telling myself that all the time. Just move it. Okay. Is this going to be a billing issue? Is this going to be a money right now issue? Is this going to have to get somebody else's support in? Am I got to yell at someone? That's how I was thinking during the entirety of it. So again, I recognize how the group acts. I would just say this: the people who attended my IT conference, my Saturday session, those were some of the best students I've ever had. They were very flexible, industrious, and willing to speak and talk. And a lot of times I don't have that with my students. They're sitting there and they're quiet and they're just followers. And there are people there who said, okay, like I basically distributed responsibilities to other people, and those people took it and said, okay, we're going to run with it. and we're going to help out, and we're going to do it spontaneously. Like, we're going to do it just on the spot without any planning, and we're going to get this task done. And I was like, yes, this is exactly the way I wanted it. I mean, this, in the end, I had something totally different, but I had to do it that way, and it worked. And I put my faith in the people who were in the conference, and they delivered. And I was like totally happy. So I'm very glad to be able to teach them now over the next 16 weeks, and I hope to provide some real value to them. Regarding the videos, we had various other things planned. A lot of those like videos that I wanted and recordings that I wanted did not work, but enough did. So we got something out of it, but I didn't get it the way I wanted to. So
yeah,
I will be talking with Will about the equipment that we need, the setup, the kind of personnel that we need, and how it really needs to work on the next one. So next time, believe me, this was good. Next time is going to be spectacular.
Right. No. This was absolutely great, and Will was great. I've been emailing him. He sent those were some of the pictures that he took, the ones that I used for the thumbnail, and I got some of the recordings. I don't have the recording of me, Lil Big Nate, Obsidian, Minister Jap having basically a round table discussion. I do want that. But it's the recordings of me and Obsidian talking, but those will be released on Obsidian's channel. This is his debut, his debut on camera for the first time. I want that released on Obsidian's channel. I mean, I may, clip a little small piece of it, but I want Obsidian to have that, that more or less all to itself. So that was definitely great. And then So we'll the videos will be solid. Some people thought that aspects of the event should have been recorded and broadcasted. I disagree with that.
I disagree. That was not what I wanted. Again, that you were supposed to be there, and the purpose of that was for networking. And if you weren't going to be there, then I couldn't I needed people to be at a certain level for my course. So I needed them to be there so they can talk to each other and get to that level and see each other and not look at me. Then they're going to become great students. So that was my purpose, and that actually worked. So if you want it to be broadcast, it's not going to work. Hold on. I have to drop off. Somebody's calling me right now. But anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. Had a great time. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thanks, Theo. Thank you. Can't thank you enough. But that was actually perfect timing that he dropped off right there. Now we're going to hear from somebody who I just got an immense amount of respect for nowadays. I already had a lot of respect for him. Got even more respect for him now. But shout out before I throw it to the little big man of the hour. E. Taylor 704 in the building. He says, salute to all the brothers that participated in the Meetup. Can we get some footage on the Patreon? Yeah, that's interesting. If people, the stuff, the things that was said, on stage by presenters, that I can see that being Patreon worthy content. That's something I didn't think about. But Theo just explained how the idea wasn't for it to just all be broadcasted. But Patreon, that's an idea. F. Holiday in the building and met this brother face to face. Shout out to him. He said the Wi-Fi issue was a problem-solving issue. I consider it part of the module you had us work on. Good thing I had. Okay, what is that? PDA net. PDA net. Okay, that's the thing. Yeah, the IT guys. I don't know. I don't even know what that is. But shout out to Stack or Starve in the building. Says some people some people will always find something to criticize, but it's always from the people / content creators that are on the outside looking in instead of looking at the overall picture. Be careful. I don't want to get a little Big Nate started. I don't want him snapping on nobody. It's early in the morning. He ain't had his coffee, or he probably had his coffee. That's you. He says you guys did an excellent job. You guys did an excellent job. Thank you, man. I definitely appreciate that. Appreciate all the good brothers who was there. I know I'm missing some super chats. I really vowed to make sure I don't miss any super chats today, because them chat be moving fast. Sometimes I miss them, but But Devon Mitchell in the building, he says, glad to see brothers coming together, making it happen. Captain, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Let me go. Here we go. Here we go. We got Al in the building. Says, had a blast. Thanks, guys. Definitely thank you to you. Thank you to every brother who was in attendance. Black Wolf Inc. back in the building. He says the brothers take care of their brothers, and if it's a flight, then so be it, because that means it's all love and in arrogance. Congrats, Theo. Play my music. I ain't even been playing super chats because playing no drops because I've been trying to get through them fast. But if you want it, you got it. Bye. Shout out to Black Wolf Inc. Definitely appreciate that, brother. And I think that's all of them. I think I read Indigenous TV. No, Sir Tyson Sub. Shout out to Sub-Zero, who was in the building. Met Sub-Zero face to face. Sub-Zero is one of the brothers in this space who I meant to tell him this face to face, but I was never really in the stock market unto him. And he, me and him, we were doing a one-on-one on my show, and he pointed out something very important when he went live and I went live, with him. One of the grainy cell phone videos. He had pointed out that he used to come on my show when it was nothing but 12 people watching. He used to come and watch and hop on my panel and chop it up with me. And then and he pointed out that, and then when I blew up, I don't feel like I blew up, but he said, and when Bernard blew up, he came back and rocked with me, because at the time, my channel was smaller and he was doing way more views, but he came and kicked it with me. Then my channel blew up, and it's just doing. You can see the views right now, 338 people in here, and so also, I definitely had to reach back to Sub-Zero, somebody who came when nobody watching my stuff. Sub-Zero used to come and rock on the panel with me, but Sub-Zero changed my life. He got me into the stock market. He's the reason I invested in AMC and made some money when it shot up real fast. He was on the guy who I was on the phone with. He was like, hey, bro, buy AMC. He explained all the how the hedge funds overshorted the stock and there's going to be a potential short squeeze to do what GameStop did and blah, blah, blah. And it almost did it, but it didn't go all the way up there. But I put some money on AMC and it quadrupled like that because a phone call from Sub-Zero. That's what brothers do for each other. So shout out to Sub-Zero in the building. We're not in the building, but acknowledged in the super chat. Definitely shout out to Sub-Zero. Sir Tyson Sub-Zero had the best time by far, he says, from what I saw from the footage. Salute to the brothers. Yeah, Sub-Zero is that dude. Sub-Zero is that dude. Hey, moderators, while we at it, hey, let's start dropping some links in the chat. I should be seeing Little Big Nate link dropped in that chat, and drop Sub-Zero's in there while you're at it. Ryan Cypher, shout out to you once again. He said, isn't Theo supposed to have 2 headphones on? See, I didn't even, he acknowledged that. That's an inside joke that I didn't see that part. E. Taylor in the building says, salute to all the brothers who participated in the Meetup. Can we get some footage? We already addressed that. I already read that one, I think. And I said I ain't missing no super chats today, man, because everybody's showing a lot of love. And make sure y'all show that same love to the director of the event, Little Big Nate. Make sure y'all go over there and show that same love to him. You know that he you know that YouTube don't like him very much.
No.
So you can't super chat him, but you got to cash app him. He will read all your cash apps and acknowledge you. And so yeah, make sure you get over there. I'll be sharing it when he goes live later on today. But make sure the same love y'all showing me, go over there, show that same love to Little Big Nate, because none of this would have happened if it wasn't for Little Big Nate. The little big man with the little big channel, the little big boy. Like, come, you got it, man. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, I appreciate it, Bernard, man. Yeah, it was. I knew it would work because it was structured properly.
Yeah.
Those gentlemen in the chat saying that it needs to be for all black men. We've already debated this. We're not going to litigate this again.
Right.
It's not for all black men. Every other group of people in this country exercise a level of discrimination. Okay. You can't function inviting everybody into. When you throw a birthday party, do you invite everybody at your job?
Well, the only time I see people throw parties where everybody gets invited, even people who don't get along, I see that on reality TV shows like Real Housewives of whatever the
Yeah,
hell. A bunch of women who don't like each other keep inviting each other out to brunch so they could sit there and argue and fight with each other. Like that's so I think they want us to act like the hip hop housewives of Atlanta or whatever the hell those shows are called. But anyway, go ahead.
Hey, shout out to Game Changer. We were talking behind the scenes trying to figure out how to get him there. Hopefully we'll be able to do that for this one in 2022.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
This evening, I'm going to talk about exactly what happened, of what I can divulge, because again, I understand brothers want it, zoomed or broadcast live. We talk too much in the public about what we're going to do. We as men, the like-minded men that want to come together and get busy working on these endeavors, it has to be in private. We spend too much time strutting, and flapping our peacock feathers and stuff. That's not what this is about. It was about bringing brothers together behind closed doors, like-minded men, so we can get busy fixing some of the problems that we like to discuss in this space. And the time for arguing and differences and discord, it's over. If you like to have 12-hour live streams where you fuss and cuss and ratchet broads come up and run them out, have a ball, man. Do your thing. But that has no place in what we're doing. You can do that in the Manosphere, but you can't do that in the Manosphere Meetup organization. It's not going to work. The reason this thing went through damn near flawlessly with anywhere from 80 to 100 men is because it's like-minded men. We are all on the same accord. We all are working towards the same things in our lives, even though we don't know each other. But if you know anything about me and what I represent, if you agree with me at least 50% of the time.
You want to know what's funny? What's funny? I got used to hearing that going off in real life when we was at the meetup. It was I think this was during the introduction part, because everybody stood up and introduced it. So, man, we got to know so many great brothers that wouldn't even think.
It took 2 hours. It took 2 hours. I wanted every brother to say absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm your cell phone, which you had to have it on because you was handling so much business. But I got used to hearing that little whatever. I can't make this tone, but yeah. But anyway, I got used to hearing that in person, interrupting things. But go ahead, carry on.
No problem.
While we got a slight break in the action. Shout out to Game Changer. He says, "Wish I could have been there." Absolutely. Shout out to Snuggles. He says, "I am proud of you all. Now play my music and get rid of the which is better than puppy." Okay, all right. You and Black Wolf stay beefing. Cut it out. Behave yourselves. But shout out to Snuggle.
Hi, I'm Snuggle.
I'm not playing it all. Because I'm trying to get back to Little Big Nate. But shout out to Dr. Thunder, who I believe just became a member. Shout out to him. Y'all see that member button? Go ahead and have a little fun, play around with it. It's there for the clicking. Dr. Thunder in the building. He says, "I'll be at the next one." Had a holiday concert series that conflicted. Oh man, damn. That would have been great to have you there. I even mentioned your boy Ike when he was talking about I don't want to. Ike is somebody who I know who he has a wealth of knowledge, and I think he's made for on stage speaking. But that's just my opinion on him. I'm not trying to do some de facto planning comedian right now live on the air. But Ike was somebody who we were just spitballing. Who would we like to see at the next one? Ike was somebody that came up. But shout out to Dr. Thunder in the building. O'Shea Duke Jackson in the building. O'Shea Duke Jackson in the building says, "I heard it was great. Keep up the good work, taking us to the next level." Man, that's big. That's big coming from you. That's definitely big coming from you, O'Shea. Glad we got you. Glad we got your support. And yep, shout out to Dr. Thunder becoming a new member. Shout out to Dr. Thunder. eBlack TV says, "Out of respect, I will hold my blog of the event until the official video, but I still feel I was best dressed. No, hey, E Black was smooth out there.
There were a lot of sharp cats out there, man.
Yeah,
Wow.
E Black was definitely smooth out there. And he one of the ones who you can't miss or mistake him. Like he one of the ones right when I saw him 20 feet away, I was like, okay, that's E Black. It's just well, I mean he has been actually on camera and with in 4K, so he was one of the ones that you didn't have to think twice. You knew it was him right away. But shout out to Pernue. I met this brother down there. Shout out to Pernue. Shook his hands. He said, shout out to all the brothers of the meetup, man. I appreciate it. Johnny Walker in the building says, had a great time at the Manosphere meetup. Looking forward to the next one. All the speakers left me with something to think about, and I grew my network. Absolutely. That is what it's all about. That is what it's all about. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to Johnny Walker. Met that brother down there. And shout out to Permit. Man, there's so many that I'm seeing. To have an actual, connection with, real life connection with people that we see online, man. It made it all real. It made it all
absolutely
real.
Yeah. And again, that's another important point. It's one thing to be sharing a chat with a brother or share a panel with one, but man, when you can actually meet and dap and give that half a hug and share a table together, share a dinner together, break bread, you although a small level, you have a level of investment, and we all genuinely want to see each other thrive and be successful, which is what networking is about. Yeah, man, anyone who would attempt to criticize this are the exact type of people you need to stay away from, and why there has to be separation. There absolutely has to be. There's no way to invite disruptive, disrespectful elements into this. That is insane. And we're not going to debate or argue this. You have to come through me to be a part of this. And if all I see from you is insults and disrupt, I'm not talking about lighthearted troll stuff. You do what you do, gentlemen. I got trolls on my channel. But insulting and starting fights and dysfunction, there is no way in hell you are going to come in and disrupt what we're attempting to do. Go put together your own thing. That's what you can do. For the critics, and again, this is just for the critics.
Mm-hmm.
You have to, I on one of my videos I put up, it's hashtag show your work or shut your mouth. That's what you're going to have to do. To sit around just criticizing us, it makes you appear like a bunch of black women, to be honest with you. Just sitting around yip-yapping about what the men are doing. You remember Thanksgiving, the men are in the living room watching TV, having their discussions. The women aren't really allowed, but they're off in another room just yip-yapping. Which room are you supposed to be in? But nah, man, it was amazing, man. It was. And again, the reason it was successful is because everybody had the same attitude. Everybody was on the same accord. Politically, it wasn't about you. Again, Theo put the word conservative into the flyer, but it helps. It definitely helps to be center right, because that's what the politics of this group of men is. The Heritage Foundation, a right-sided think tank, they don't invite the ACLU into their conventions. The American Enterprise Institute doesn't invite liberal organizations into their functions. CPAC doesn't invite the DNC. There are lines of demarcation. It's just how it is. Because in order to function and get things done, you have to bring like-minded people together. Now, we're all, at different stages of our journey and our development in life. And again, I didn't want to exclude anybody. I worded and structured things so that you would exclude yourself. You would exclude yourself.
You know what? That's really truly the important part. That you wrote out long. You make clear what it's for. You make clear what it's about. Somebody can read it and say, "Hey, I think I fall within that." So hey, I would like to be a part of this. And if
Exactly.
and even if it was somebody who, let's just say you didn't think they did, but they, emailed you and sent you a paragraph and explaining how they feel and think about it and why they think it's a good thing, and I'll
Come
be a
on
part
through.
of this. Yeah, I do disagree on these, small issues here, but in general, I like what's going on, and I think a simple email like that from somebody who you may have considered maybe not quite like-minded, but an email of confidence like that, that would give like a vote of confidence that, okay, yeah, this is somebody who at least sees what we're doing. But it's almost like, yeah, some people are saying, yeah, open up the floodgates for the people who want to come there just so they can record, just so they can struggle stream some hate watching content. Yeah, it's like, no.
Disruptive, dysfunctional men. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. Go form your own organization where you'll invite everybody, regardless of their intentions, regardless of where their heart and mind is in this. Just invite everybody, and we'll see how well things turn out for you. We'll see if you're not breaking up fights and niggas are sitting at tables ice grilling each other. And there literally was not one bit of dissension. Everybody, every time we broke, brothers gathered in their little groups, everybody shaking hands, smiling. I ain't never hugged this many men in my life, nigga. What? I ain't never hugged this many men in my life.
That's true. That's true.
I never dapped up these many men in my life. Everybody was on the same accord. It was I've never been a part of anything that was 100% positive. This was 100% positive. For the people saying, oh, you all came down there to disrespect and bash women, we literally did not even talk about women. I was on stage for like 7-8 hours emceeing. You know how many events I've emceed in my life? None. And I'm on stage emceeing for 8 hours. And I think I told 2 jokes about Black women. 2. I think I told 2. The conversation almost never veered into women. This was focused on what we need to do as men, where we're trying to get to. We need a resource bank. That room was filled with resources. Doctors, lawyers, engineers, a bunch of IT professionals, the creme de la creme of Black men. I'm not saying all of the best Black men are there, but many of them are some of the best Black men that are in the Black Manosphere. There's so much we can do with a group of men like this. And there's also several men. For every man that came, I got 1, 2, 3 emails from men saying, man, I wish I could be there. For whatever reason, they just weren't able to come. So next year's goal of 300 to 500 should be easy to hit. But
yeah,
man, ever since I left Atlanta, man, I just driving home with my son, my mind has been on fire with what we can do next year, man. And make sure you come through to the Little Big Nate show to hear where we're headed with this. We got an election coming up, folks. Let me give you a little bit of insight, just a little. Next year's the tentative place is Houston. The tentative week is of November 11th. That's the week of the election. There is listen to your brother.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
All right. So the election is Tuesday, the 8th, I believe. There is, and again, don't blame me, blame Pew Research and Rasmussen. There is to be a wholesale slaughter of Democrats. The majority of the men in this convention, whether you like it or not, are center-right. And we are going to address the Republican Party as a group of sober-minded, judicious, accomplished Black men that are looking for a seat at the table. I'll just give you that. So this is what we're going to do.
I love it.
So, again, we can't think strategically if we're constantly involved in fights and nigga, you said this about me, nigga, you said that about me. bro, we are done with this nonsense. You want to fuss and fight and do streams insulting people? Just go do it. Just go do it. Have a ball. Have your audience filled with fat, nasty baby mamas and niggas that don't have jobs, and just do your thing. God bless you. The men have work to do. The men have work to do. And you're crazy if you think we could just open this up to whatever guy when all you have is a history of discord. Everywhere you go, you got discord. No, sir. No, sir. There are behavioral requirements. There just are. And we only want to deal with the type of men that want to get things handled.
Well, I'll say this about that. And actually, Game Changer made this point to me. He said the reason black fraternities are still in existence and have been living and thriving for so long is because they don't just let anybody in.
Exactly.
You know, and so yeah, so that's one thing I'll say on that. But I don't necessarily care to to I mean the point is made on that. The point is firmly, I think, strongly made on that. So yeah, definitely shout out to you and good stuff. Pernu back in the building. He says, great seeing you there, little big Nate Bernard. Look forward to building with your brothers. I think I read that one already. But my man there, I said, I see you down there, JB. I see you down there. But there I said it in the building. He says, finally unblocked. Salute to the chat and right thinking black men. Now, this is funny because I don't know what this brother did to get on my block list. I can't remember, but I remember I personally blocked him. And when we were doing the introduction part, he stood up to speak, and I was like, man, I like what this brother is saying. He was talking about how he had a Japanese restaurant, you know, a black-owned Japanese restaurant. I was like, man, that's pretty cool, and this or that. He was speaking very intelligently, and then he told his YouTube name, and it was like, oh, y'all know me on YouTube is There I Said It. And I was like, and then I was like, there I said it. And he was like, and yeah, you know, he's like, I know I'll be showing out in the chat. He said something like that. I had my little back and forth with Bernard, and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, nigga, I blocked you. You were blocked on my channel. But I met him in person, and he was cool as ever. So he's unblocked. He's out of I had to let him out of jail. I met him in person. He was cool. Now maybe you was trolling me, just joking trolling, and I thought it went. I don't block too many. I can't remember why I blocked you. Normally my mods block people, but when I personally block somebody, they normally was clowning. So you was on one that day, but I can't remember what it is. So you unblocked. You great. Met him in person, and we kicked it up. We kicked it. We chopped it up and had a great discussion with him. So shout out to the brother there. I said it, but it was so funny meeting somebody that I actually blocked on YouTube. But hey, loved him in real life. That was a funny dynamic with the whole thing. That just had me cracking up laughing. But Indigenous TV in the building, he says MOT. He said, okay, well, hold on. Wait a minute.
Oh yeah, let's not.
I don't know what he said. I'm not reading it. I'm not reading it. Shout out to Wayman Brown in the building. He says for doing something positive with the gents in person, absolutely. And we gotta bring up the fellow attendee, my business partner, somebody who probably should have been on the dais. This is intelligent, brilliant young brother who's had nothing but great things to say about the event. Definitely. So actually I talked to you I think that was yesterday when I talked to you. This was oddly enough supposed to be just a one-on-one discussion with me and JB, but this thing kind of sort of taking on a mind of his own. Obsidian supposed to be coming. He said he had to run to the bank and do some things, and so Obsidian will be here later on. So this is turning into a whole thing, but I'm definitely happy to have Jonathan Barronville in the building. You're going to need to unmute yourself because I can't unmute you. There you go. You are officially unmuted, and you got the mic. Pick it up wherever you want, or you can just sort of rehash what we talked about last night, because you've been saying a lot of great things about this event overall. So I'll step back and pass to you. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me clearly?
Yep, we can hear you.
Awesome. So I didn't catch, because I was in a meeting, so I didn't catch the beginning of the stream. But
oh no, you good.
I guess overall, man, I personally think that the Manosphere meetup was a resounding success. It actually, this is what Bernard and I were talking about privately. Like it actually solidified my belief in this space. Because I mean, there's a number of factors to this, right? Like, going into this, there's all the comments you were seeing everywhere. People say, "Oh, there's just going to be a bunch of niggas talking about females and this and that," and then, like I didn't really know what to expect, right? I didn't really know what to expect. And in fact, I actually had to cut my trip short because I remember this was originally scheduled for November, so my trip had already been scheduled. Like I was in the Bahamas, and so I actually had to cut it short to be able to make it on Friday. And so I'm like, I don't know if I made the right decision cutting my trip short. Like I was really thinking that. And I'm so glad I did, because it was so dope to meet a lot of these brothers that, I had been, messaging back and forth with in the chats or even emails or whatnot, meeting them in person. And then, the realization that, all these guys that, they call a lot of, guys in the sphere, dusties and losers and stuff like that. Yet I didn't see any of those dusties and losers in person. All I saw was, a lot of accomplished men, and even the men who weren't accomplished per se, they're clearly on their way there. They're clearly
They're
doing the
hungry
work and
for it.
trying to
Absolutely.
there exactly. And so, it really just, I mean, the best way for me to put it is I told Bernard this. I'm gonna go broke at this point supporting you guys. Like after no, seriously, after the Manosphere meetup, I am gonna
Don't
go
do
broke.
that. Don't do that.
I am gonna go broke supporting the men in this space because I just have just a newfound I just believe so much more strongly in the space after the meetup. That's the best way I could summarize it.
Well, one thing that you said, I want to throw this at you because you said you've been to a lot of events like this, similar, right? Or am I thinking of somebody else said? JB, you said you said you've been to
I'm
a
listening.
lot of okay, yeah. So you've been to a lot of events like this, and you said this was the best one that you've been to. What specifically separated this one and made this one the best one that you've been to?
Well, I think the first of all, it's the fact that this was a group of, because any other event I've been to, like it wasn't, none of them were really just a group of black men, right? This was a group of black men, and we were able to just,
Wait, I think it was
for
Sir
example,
Tice. Hold on, wait. I think it was Sir Tice that said he'd been to a lot of events like this, but this was the best one. So I think I put Sir Tice words on you, but it sounds like you might agree with him. So anyway, just go ahead and rock with it. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, I might have said that myself, so
Okay.
I don't even know. I mean, but basically, no, basically, I mean, I have been to events like this, and like none of them have really just been a room full of black men, right? And so, in this case, it was full of black men. But there's a few things that stood out to me. The first thing is that I personally witnessed several men who had some kind of beef, on YouTube or something, settling it on the spot, right? Like shaking hands on it, chopping it out, and so instead of becoming a scene or you know what I'm saying, just behaving like quote unquote niggas about it, just shaking hands on it, figuring it out, and like, okay, we good now,
I didn't know that. Wow.
and yeah, and
Yeah, well, I
and so
mean, my example, even though it wouldn't count as a beef because I just blocked them. But I mean, we talked in person for 1 minute, and whatever differences was there was settled and done. Like so yeah, and I'm ready to promote his business on my channel, or I'm all for it. So yeah, so I definitely get what you're saying.
yeah, and the other aspect of it too is and this actually personally made me happy to see was and on several occasions where, like, whether it was and I know Bernard actually had the same experience, whether it was when we went out to eat or when we were at the cigar bar, there was no issues whatsoever with, in terms of just making, taking care of the bill and taking care of the, like at the cigar bar, for example. Basically, our section took such good care of the folks over there that the owner came down. You know what I'm saying? The owner came down just to
Wow.
make sure that we were all right and we got everything we needed. And so and Big Mag and I were actually the last people to leave. And so, like, even when we were leaving, well, Big Mag and I and Hoop Jargon, And even when we were leaving, we made sure we took care of the folks at the end as well, right? And there was no issues. There was no bickering over who's gonna cover, who's gonna cover the ticket, whatever. It was just, we just took care of it.
The bickering over that was what happened with me multiple times. It was a fight over people fighting to just cover the whole bill, basically. Like, and somebody ended up having to snatch the bill and hand the waitress their card, and then other people mad. It was you got solid brothers when everybody is like fighting because they want to make sure they pay their way above and beyond, and that's more or less what I witnessed happen the 3 times that I ended up going out with, separate groups of people each time. Dude. Separate groups of people each time, but that same thing happened. And then, like I said, it's funny you bring that up, JB, because when I was giving my little opening diatribe, I actually said that myself, that that it's solid. You're dealing with a solid batch of men. When that happens, one person covers the whole bill, and he got to fight and wrestle the bill away from everybody else to do it, and then everybody else mad that he did it. So everybody just throwing $20 at the middle of the table, and then the waitress ends up with some, I think Big Mac threw 100 at the table. The waitress end up with some ungodly high tip. That's how you're on a solid group of guys. You're on
Bernard, the same. I don't mean to interrupt, but the same thing happened to me. Brothers trying to buy me drinks, trying to buy my dinners and stuff, paying for I get up, go away, I come back and it's been paid for. I'm like, what? Mm-hmm. Like, we are not known to do this. Let's just be honest.
Black folks,
black men are not known to do this. I've been to a few different states for like annual reviews with the insurance companies I would work with, and we go out after the reviews and stuff, and there's drinks, and it's always the white guys. Man, I'll buy it. Man, I got it. Man, very seldom is a black guy doing that. And every time I went out, or every time we ate or something, and there was a fee involved, that's what we had to deal with. People arguing over who's gonna pay people arguing over who gets to pay the bill. It's insane. I've never been in an environment like that with all black men ever.
Yeah, actually, Bernard, yesterday I went back to, because one of the times we went out for food, you went out with us, Bernard, at the True Food. I actually went back there. I'm a regular over there, and I went back there yesterday, and Jenny actually remembered that I was with the group, and she actually was like, "Man, you guys really took care of me. Thank you, thank you, thank you." So Jenny, she was the one who was serving us over there. So it's like, I don't even remember how big the tip we gave her, but I know it was pretty large, because we took care of her. So anyway, I think overall that's not the biggest thing, but to me that still made me happy, because when you contrast that to how they present how people talk about this space, the detractors and whatnot, it's like a bunch of loser men, they're broke and dusty, they're this and that. And you realize it's like none of that is true. Obviously we already know it's not true, but just seeing it in real life and having these experiences with these brothers, and then on top of that, just from conversation, realizing that some of these brothers are like lawyers, doctors. Like, we don't just have a space of people just complaining and this and that. All the stereotypes that they attach to this space, right? Like, we have legit movers and shakers in this space. Legitimate,
which will be invaluable, especially the attorneys, as we get towards this political season. Lobbying, which is will be a huge part of the next Manosphere meetup. I alluded to it during my emceeing on Friday. Man, look, we got work to do, gentlemen. I've never tripped about the conversations we have in the Manosphere. It seems to center on women a lot. If nobody's driving the conversation in that direction, let the men talk about what they want to talk about. But obviously, the issues with the women is a problem. The divorce, the custody issues, and things of that nature. You're just finding a decent woman you can do something with. And the remedies for all of this start with us getting involved in the process. And dude, like I said, my mind was on fire driving home Sunday with my son. I imagined about 500 black men next November 11th. Again, that's a tentative date. just suited, booted, fierce in the audience, you know, screaming, clapping, with our speakers talking directly to the RNC about who we are, what we represent, and how we will require a place at the table. And behind us are thousands, if not tens of thousands of men. And we're not serving you up to the Republican Party, no, but you're interested in our vote. Let's discuss what we want as sober-minded and judicious men. Let's tell you what we need. Okay. And dude, I think it would make just the timing of it, everything could come together, you know. And it's not my speech would be specifically focused on that, but I'm sure, you know, plenty of brothers' speeches, you know, will speak to a possible relationship we could have with these incoming Congress people and senators, you know. And it could be very powerful, man. I just genuinely, and people think I just hate Democrats, dog. There's no place for us to sit and talk to these people. They literally want to put our sons in dresses. I don't know what you see over there. I just don't. I'm sorry. If they hadn't been so radicalized with the stuff that they promote, I would say, hey, let's see if we can leverage whatever we have with either party. But dude, I'm not putting my son in a dress. He's not going to get in one. I'm sorry. And he'll try to kill whoever tries to put him in one. And this is what these people over on that side are advocating. I don't see a place for us to communicate with them and make any headway. If you're not buying into that type of thinking, that they're just not open to dealing with you. You can't even use certain words over there. You can't even say that there's two genders over there. How are we supposed to do anything?
I'll give you one better. I don't know if you saw this, Bernard. You know that fat lady, Brittany Cooper.
Yes, yes.
She goes by like Professor Crunk or something like that. She tweeted this. She had this tweet that went out a few days ago, and it perfectly highlights why we need this space. Because in fact, I would love it if you were able to pull it up, Bernard. If you just go on Twitter and look up Brittany Cooper, she tweeted it on December 1st. And it's about the nuclear family. And just seeing that tweet basically is like, okay, this is why we need the space. This is why we cannot let, a blob of human like this, okay, be the one that's like, telling us what we should be doing. And, because a lot of Black people are listening to this chick, right? And what she tweeted there on December 1st about the nuclear family.
Yeah, do you got the clip? I mean the tweet. Like, if you can just read it, because I don't tweet. I don't got Twitter. I don't be Snapchats with you youngins. Like, I don't know what y'all got going on.
I don't have a Twitter either. Somebody just had sent it to me. Hold up, I'll find it for you.
Okay.
Oh, dude, she has said horrible things. She equates patriarchy with racism and white supremacy. Dr. Cooper's talked about having to kill white people. Dude, I'm done with this nonsense. Black man, look, you have to ask yourself, who is voting with the way you vote? If we have all these criticisms for the ABW and her behavior, how are we voting the same way she votes, bro? Come on, man. This is just basic common sense. You can't hate white people more than you can appreciate our potential for success. And this is the problem we're having. Just like when, Theo decided to put the word conservative in the Manosphere meetup, brothers are just instantly going to a place of hate and anger because there's the word conservative. Why does the word elicit that type of feeling in you? This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous, bro. Just let all that stuff go. We got work to do. You want to be a part of what's coming? God damn it. I'm sorry. I'd like for you to be a part of it.
Little Big Nate, I don't know if you know this, but after meeting you in person and having that thing go off during everybody's speech, I just want to inform you that cell phones come standard.
I gotta put it on mute. I'm sorry.
With the mute button. I don't know if you know that. You can put it on vibrate and put it in your pocket.
Yes, that's what I'm gonna do.
They all come standard with that. I don't know if you know. Okay.
What of a dude. But you know, let me ask you something, gentlemen. What if, you know, for those of you who are just dead set against anything having to do with Republicans or conservatives, what if they saw our gathering in 2022 and listened to the speeches and saw the men and saw our mission statement and understood what we're about? What if they wanted to bring us into the White House? I guarantee you, I don't know if Trump will be there, but if he is, we're the type of men he would absolutely invite to sit down to the White House. Can you imagine the Black Manosphere having a seat in the White House? Or is it not allowed because it's a Republican? Is that it?
Oh, so now you really want to be a coon, Nate?
Yeah. I'm just a coon. I'm just a coon, y'all.
All right, real quick.
Do you want the power? You know, you have to ask yourself, gentlemen.
Right. Ryan Cypher in the building. He says, salute to JB. It's a pleasure meeting you. Absolutely. We got the old man down in the back chat about to bring up Obsidian. But real quick, Son is hot round the building. He says, pay no attention to the haters. Fellas, they'll find anything to fault your efforts. You got to start somewhere and eventually it will grow. Keep it up. Absolutely. But no, this was an excellent first run. Excellent first run.
Hey Bernard, I posted the link in the chat real quick, and you mind clicking on it?
Okay, give me a second. Let me work my way. No, actually, post it in the back chat for me. It'd be easier that way. Muck City Productions says, "Is Sister George going to be allowed to the new platform?" No. I'll be the ultimate. It'll be the ultimate checkmate if she's not. What do you mean the new platform? You're talking about the Manosphere Meetup? Like no women, or it was no women allowed. There was rumors of after it was all over mixer type of deal, something like that, where women could come. But no. But as far as the actual business of what went on and what took place, no women were no women were involved with that. But But shout out to Clue in the building. He said the Western restaurant was no joke. Oh yeah, no, that was something serious right there. Yeah, that was something serious. Them steaks was on point. Them steaks was on point. Shout out to Black Wolf Inc. in the building. He says, I want to see 20% of the brothers in this space run for a political. Want to see 20% of the brothers in this space run for a political seat? No, that. More like, a very small percentage of really, really good ones, and then the majority of the brothers in this space back them. You don't want 20% running. I don't know. I don't. Anyway, shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat. He says the only way to make change is to take the position for change. Screw the Dems. Absolutely. I agree with the sentiment, the spirit of what you're trying to say there. It says defund single mothers 2024. Make that trend. Absolutely. Shout out to Black Wolf Inc. There, I said it in the building. LOL Chinese restaurant, Chinese, Japanese, Vietnam, whatever the hell. We don't care. Same thing. But he says LOL Chinese restaurant. I think it's the Last Dragon Restaurant.com. Shameless plug. Absolutely. LastDragonRestaurant.com. Make sure you support that brother if you're in the area. Make sure you go there and support that brother. If we do something in Atlanta again, you will be doing some catering. So be ready to go. We also got who else we got in here? Black Wolf back at it again with another one. He says Angry Man has to be at the next meetup. Stay tuned. That's all I'll say. Making sound effects and noises, but all right, we got it. That is everybody. But without further ado, about to bring up Obsidian. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What is going on? Oh man,
Obsidian.
Hey, what's going on, John?
Yeah, I don't
be on the lookout for an email from me. We need to talk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, about the next meetup. We need to talk.
Yeah,
I don't want to go into it on the air right now, but it's in line with what your last portion of what you just said. It's in line with that. So yeah, I already talked to Theo, and he's already on board. So I'll be in contact.
Were you talking to me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. No problem.
I don't want to go into it on the air right now.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Understood.
Speaking about not going to stuff on the air, there's some stuff that me and you discussed in the pre-recorded the content that we did down there that the videographer has. He actually sent me some. I don't know if he sent it to you. He sent me some of it. If you don't got it, I'll make sure you get it because I've been communicating with him. So
I haven't spoken to Will since Sunday. The last time I saw Will, we were meeting with Kevin Samuels. So
okay, cool.
Yeah, we met at a really cool Vietnamese spot. So he and I and Eric J. Gaines, we all met together before I flew out to back to Philly. So and we had a closed door meeting, so to speak. So yeah,
that's awesome. So yeah, but it's well, just like I said, there's some things that I wanted to be a surprise for when you do your will formally be your live video debut on your channel. I got the content. I'll send it to you right after the show. And
okay.
You can figure out when you want to drop it, and yeah, so I don't want to rehash some of the things we said there. I want to save it for that moment. But that aside, you got the floor, you got the mic.
You mind pulling up that link, Bernard?
Real quick. Let's do that before we formally pass it to Obsidian. Let's see.
Kevin gives his regards and his regrets that he couldn't make the meetup. He was tied up with some other business that I'm not at liberty to discuss in detail.
Appreciate it.
Cool. But yeah, no, that's. Let's see. I think there we go. Now I got it. Yeah, StreamYard look a little different nowadays. All right. Here it is. This was a tweet from Brittany Cooper. She says, "We don't need traditional nuclear families for Black thriving. As one raised by my mother, grandmother, and aunts, I can attest. We should support families however they are configured to provide basic needs in loving and safe environments. That's what being pro-Black family means."
Brittany Cooper called me the devil incarnate, right?
Wait a minute. She responded to you?
Oh yeah, this is years ago. She called me the devil incarnate because I said that she was so damn fat.
I wasn't aware that.
Yeah.
I mean, I know about the
acknowledged old man. Wow.
Yeah, like what did you do to get her to acknowledge?
Anybody familiar with the name Christopher Kyle? Does that name ring a bell?
No.
Chris Kyle was the most dangerous sniper ever in American military history. There was
the movie, right?
Sniper, but we're starring.
Hey, look, come on, you gotta give the Hollywood name, and then we know what you're talking about.
Christopher Kyle,
Bradley. Yeah, Bradley Cooper. Bradley Cooper. Yeah, we know Bradley Cooper, an American Sniper. We don't know the real dude. All right,
and Kyle was considered by the Iraqi insurgents as the devil of Ramadi, or Shaitan al-Ramadi. And so I guess you could consider me, in Brittany Cooper's eyes, you can consider me the devil of the Black Manosphere.
Okay, who's washing dishes? Little Big Nate? Is that you washing dishes? Okay, Little Big Nate. Yeah, that's a lot of. He's proven his dust. He's a dishwasher. He's working. He's at Ponderosa in the back washing dishes right now. So yeah, get that together, Little Big Nate. But
I saw this. I forgot this tweet. Actually, I saw it from brother from OG Shannon Rawls actually, and he was talking about this. And the thing is, Bernard, like when you see this tweet, it perfectly highlights why we need this space.
Absolutely.
Like it perfectly highlights it. I mean, you notice that she doesn't mention any men, first of all, which obviously is part of her whole, because she calls herself a Black feminist, so that's part of her whole thing, right? But then she explicitly is literally saying we do not need traditional nuclear families. This is somebody who, as far as I understand, has a PhD, is a doctor, is supposedly educated, right? And she literally starts off a sentence saying we don't need traditional nuclear families for Black thriving, when the data literally is opposite of what she's saying. Like it blows my mind that this person is an educated person. Like if you take away the fact that she's fat, that nobody should be listening to this fat chick anyway, even just looking at it just on the merits of what she said, you look at that first phrase and you're like, you're educated. And the data literally shows us what happens when children are not raised in nuclear households. And on top of that, specifically when they're raised by single mothers.
If I'm not mistaken, her birthday is around the same date as mine.
But if you understand the ultimate objective of radical leftist feminist culture, it is their stated goal to destroy the family. Linda Gord and Gloria Steinem, I've shown the quotes in the documents where they literally say our objective is to destroy the two-parent family. So it's only natural. And what Black men have to decide, the Black men in this space, can I vote the same way a Brittany Cooper votes? Does that make sense? That's what you're gonna. I'll be honest with you, it's better you vote for nobody, in my personal opinion. But can you vote the same way this woman votes and talk about patriarchy and talk about traditional family and all the other stuff? You let this alleged idea of racism keep you from trying to get a slice of what could potentially be, a way we can make a future for ourselves. So ask yourself.
Good stuff. Shout out to Jessica X in the building. She says, I was about to do her accent, but whenever I do her accent, I sound like a Wakandan, so I can't do it. But shout out to Jessica X. She says, congrats, Nate, Theo, Obsidian, Bernard, and all the gentlemen in attendance on the success of your first event. Absolutely. And there's plans to have you hologrammed in, like the Tupac hologram on like have y'all seen that movie Simone with Al Pacino, where he like never no, you were on the receiving end of a couple jokes earlier, but I did all in good clean fun, but but shout out to Jessica X. Do appreciate your support and appreciate you coming through. Oh man, I'm gonna pass it back to you because I'm gonna pass it back to you because you were I don't even know if you exactly hit on the point that you came up to say, because we got sidetracked by Brittany Cooper calling you the devil and everything, but we did want to look at this Brittany Cooper.
We'll take care of Cooper and her ilk. I have some unfinished business with her anyway. So
hold on. You didn't exactly explain what was the event that made her notice. I know all the.
It was going back and forth on Twitter, and at the time I was in the thick of it with because she rolls in the same circles as Feminista Jones, Miss Millennium Falcon.
That's kind of what I thought.
So since we've already dispatched Miss Millennium Falcon, but unless she wants to come back for some more, now we can turn our attention on Miss Cooper, and very timely, given everything that's happened in the past week. We will need all hands on deck for this one because she's a biggin. So yeah, we'll deal with her.
All right. Now, moving Brittany Cooper to the side, and this was going to be a group effort to move her aside anywhere. But attempting to move her to the side now. Nobody throw your back out doing that. But let's move her to the side. And oh man, what specifically is on your mind? I'd already planned on doing a post Manosphere meetup stream. Lil Big Nate has one brewing in the works later on today, but you did hit me up earlier. But you hit me up earlier saying let's hop on this. So I'm assuming it's something that you want to talk about.
No, I was just wondering if you was going live, because if you were, I was going to try to hang out if I could, and as it turns out, I can. I'm going to be freed up until about 1 p.m. I got a business call I got to take care of at that time. See, it looks like Texas is going to play a big role for the old man in 2022 because the lady that I'm going to be talking to is also out of Texas, I believe Dallas. So yeah,
right. So Bro Truth in the building. Bro Truth was in attendance. His brother, like 6'5", looked like he still can do a 360 windmill dunk. Shout out to this brother. It's funny meeting people in person. He was one of the ones that you recognized right away as soon as you saw him. So shout out to Bro Truth. It's definitely good seeing you there. Sorry I cut you off, Obsidian, but I get excited when I see the brothers that I met face to face, shook their hand. I get excited when I see them in the chat now. But go ahead. I mean to cut you off. But shout
out. Bro Truth, listen, man. I'm not about to put Bro Truth on 4th Street, but after we left on Friday night, let's just say there was a very interesting exchange between Bro Truth and this white chick in the lobby.
Uh-oh.
He knows what
Go
I'm
ahead.
talking about. He knows
No,
what I'm
no, no.
talking
Go
about.
ahead. Go ahead and put it out there. We've said enough positive things that happened. Let's go ahead and just transition to some of the fuckery.
I didn't hear about this one. What happened?
Yeah. Go ahead. What happened? Let's
I'm not. I'm not about to snitch on him.
Okay. What?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Okay. Hold on. Wait. Stop. It is not a crime to holler at a white girl in a lobby at a hotel at the Black Manosphere meetup. That is that is perfectly allowed. So no heat, no judgment. If he shot his shot at a if you caught him shooting his shot at a white girl,
He's trying to holler at a chick or something?
Yeah. Was he trying to holler at her, or did she spill coffee on him?
It was a little more than just hollering at her. That's what I'm saying. Shout out to that brother, man. Shout out to Bro Truth, man. Listen, I've seen him doing his thing with my 2 eyes. Okay, so shout out to Bro Truth. That's all I can say.
All right. Okay. So he pulled up from half court on mode 1 hardcore on the white chick. I mean, what?
Actually, you know what? That was a very apt way to put it. Yes, he went full mode 1, and I witnessed that shit, and it was hilarious.
Now the most important question is
the result.
Was she with it?
What was the result?
Actually, Bro Truth, please don't get mad at me. Okay, actually, she was with it until some fucking cock blockers. You know, those females, that come in cock block. Yeah, until some cock blockers pulled up.
Okay, so he pulled up from half court, shot his shot from half court, mode 1 hardcore style. She was practically with it, and then her ugly friends came and cock blocked, basically.
Yo, the crazy thing is, I don't even think them chicks actually knew the shorty that he was hollering at. Like, I don't even think they actually knew her. They just, they just did the whole like, let me go save her thing, because they're probably jealous seeing, this tall black man. You get what I'm saying. So, anyway, he was doing his thing. Right. He was doing his thing though.
Shout out to Bro Truth. Yeah, no. No homo, but Bro Truth, he like I'm saying, he's a 6'5" in shape, nice looking jawline brother. I mean, so he was in there smooth as hell. E Black said he was best dressed. I don't know, Bro Truth might have had you beat out. Bro Truth might have had you beat out. But shout out to Bro Truth. And shout out to, speaking of tall brothers,
Great Britain.
Great Britain. You can recognize him right away as soon as you see him. This is big. This is the D tackle of the defensive tackle of the Black Manosphere. This is a big brother right here too. He about 6'5", look like he can put an offensive lineman flat on their back. Shout out to Great Britain in the building. It was a lot of great brothers out there. F Holiday in the building says, since we're taking it another direction, confession. It was I, Bernard. I ate the last. That's a funny inside joke because I was trying to get to the pecan pie. That's like my favorite pie, and I don't eat pie that much nowadays because that's one of the things I can resist. It's hard to resist them burgers, but I can resist the sweets. But I was ready to go in that day, and so after I got my food, I wanted to make it back to the pod, and me and Obsidian had to go upstairs, and me Obsidian, Jap, and Lil Big Nate recorded some stuff up there, and then I rushed back down, and all the pie was gone. And now this
I'm a big fan of pecan pie too, but I couldn't do it.
I know, but this motherfucker on the screen just told me he was the one that took the last piece. I'm a little upset by that. We beefing now. You about to get blocked for 48 hours. I'm mad at you. But shout out to F Holiday and shout out to Great Britain coming through. He says, "Hey, you gonna take this flying biscuit money?" Right on. He was one of the brothers here. Everybody was fighting over the bill. He didn't get to drop nothing on the bill. He said he just gonna cash app. I think he was the one that said he just gonna hit everybody cash app. He trying to get the flying biscuit, trying to pay his way at the flying biscuit. Real good restaurant. Some of the best biscuits I ever had.
Oh yes, I told you about that Southern breakfast, man. Flying biscuits.
Them biscuits, they don't need no butter, no strawberry jelly, whatever you like to put on biscuits, they don't need it. Just take them as they come. The grits, don't add nothing in the grits. Just eat them as they come. If you ever
I told you the best grits anywhere. I told
you. Best grits on earth. You don't add nothing. You don't got to put no butter, no nothing. Don't do nothing to them. Just eat them as they serve them. Best grits, best biscuits ever. That was delicious. But shout out to Great Britain. yeah, that was excellent. He was one of the brothers that was there when we went to breakfast at the end to round out the day. But I mean, yeah, to round out the whole event, we went to breakfast on Sunday and then got on the plane. And then I went and got on the plane. Little Big Nate got in his car and drove back, and everybody parted went their separate ways after that. But yeah, definitely great
See,
restaurant.
Bro Truth confirmed in the chat, Bernard, that she actually didn't know that. Which that's what it actually seems like. It seemed like them chicks did not know this woman at all. And it's very weird when women do that, bro. Like I just don't get it. I don't get why they got a cock block like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting though, at the Westin Buckhead, and I did look out for this. I don't know about everybody else, nothing scientific, but I did notice that I only saw 2 black women that weren't the staff. In other words, they were guests at the Westin. They happened to be a lesbian couple that both of them military, both of them in the Army, and they were a lesbian couple that were black, a young lesbian couple at that. I would say somewhere in their 20s. Other than that, I didn't see any other black women that were actual guests. All the black women I saw at the Westin Buckhead were all staff.
Well, I saw some. When I first got there, the first night that I got there, I think that was Wednesday night. Me, Theo, and Eric. Shout out to him. I got to get his contact information. I just get the feeling I may need to contact him someday. He's a good brother. But me, him, and Theo, we said we had a drink and we ate, and there was some in there eating at the restaurant, and then later on,
by the way.
Yeah, it was a real nice restaurant in that hotel. But no, I did see some. I saw some that looked like they were some working ladies, but that's a whole nother thing.
Well,
but then on Friday night, Friday or Saturday night, when I was, I should have went out. I should have went out. I ended up not going out. I ordered a pizza and stayed in my room like a lame. But but when I came down to get my pizza, I did see some sisters down there in the lobby area, But then again, a hotel like that, just because you're hanging out in the lobby, that don't mean you got a room at the hotel.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. I didn't see any actual guests that happened to be, ladies of the Afro-American Negro configuration. Other than the lesbian couple that I saw. And they were coming down. They had their bag and everything. They came down. They were armed.
You got to take a 20-second time out. He said, women of the Afro-American Negro configuration. That is
I did see black women. I guess the Westin's a hangout spot on a Saturday night, and I'm going to tell this Master Yao story because this Master Yao gentleman, it's crazy. I've heard so much about him in the last 3 days, but I never knew who or what he was until somebody came downstairs and told me, "Hey, Nate, Master Yao is here and he wants to meet the guy that put this together." I had never even heard of him, Master Yao. But Brother Truth, if he's still in the chat, and Master Yao, and we were in the lobby Saturday night for a couple hours just drinking and talking, and it was incredible watching the back and forth between Bro Truth and Master Yao. This gentleman has written a book, Mastering Masculinity or something. I'm going to purchase it today. And just to give you an example, Tice was at the cigar bar. He called me and wanted to know what was going on because I was supposed to go over there. And I said, well, Tice, there's this gentleman here named Master Yao that wanted to meet me. And he said, Master Yao is there? I said, yeah, explain to me who he is. He said, dude, this man's book changed my life. I want you to tell him that. I said, okay, I'll tell him that. And I told Master Yao that. Again, he came downstairs after meeting Theo, and Brother Truth and Master Yao are just sitting there going back and forth. And I'm going to explain something very interesting that happened in regards to black women. There was a black woman that came into the hotel and addressed us as we were sitting there. I'm not going to go into it right now. Come to the show tonight as I recap stuff, and I'll tell that story then. But shout out to Brother Truth and Master Yao, man. It was an incredible conversation.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on Amazon right now. They say it's not available.
Yeah, he told me that he has issues with Amazon. You have to order it off of his website. I'll email you his website.
Okay.
I'll email you his website.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually met him, and I didn't know who he was, and I I felt kind of bad afterwards because after I met him and I shook his hand and then and everything, and then it was a very small conversation. But after it was over, somebody was like, "Dude, do you know who that is? You
I'm
just
like,
shook
huh?
Master Yao's hand." I'm like, "No, I didn't know who that was." But then everybody was talking about him after that, and then I came to figure out who he was, and so I heard great things about him. But no, I didn't know going in exactly. I didn't know going in exactly who he was either. So yeah, I'm definitely interested in learning and getting to know more.
But can you
More.
imagine? I'm
Yeah, go ahead.
downstairs. I'm downstairs at the bar with a couple of brothers. They wanted to buy me a drink. It's Saturday night. Everything is finished. A couple of brothers come downstairs. They say, "Nate, do you know who's upstairs?" I said, "No, it's over."
Yeah.
He said, "Master Yao." I said, "Who?" Now, when somebody says Master Yao is upstairs and wants to talk to you, what face pops into your head?
Somebody who about to do some kung fu fighting. I don't
I
know.
think it's some Asian cat is upstairs.
Yeah, I've heard the name.
To talk about the Manosphere meetup. I said, okay, let's go talk to him. And I get upstairs.
I thought that was the guy that trained Beatrice Kiddo in Kill Bill Volume 2.
I had no idea who this gentleman was, but nah, man, people are swearing by this gentleman, and Rom Wills has a connection to him. I've been told, I have not confirmed this, but I've been told he is the one that created the term select, non-select. Master Yao.
That's what I heard as well. And I heard that he was Rom Will's mentor, and he actually created the term select, non-select, and that's where Rom Wills took it and got it from and everything like that. That's what I heard as well. Have not confirmed it, but yeah, but he's shout out to Master Yao, shout out to Rom Wills,
Yeah,
and all
shout
that.
out to Master Yao.
Yeah, but Pablo says you missed a good time, Bernard. Yeah, man, I was being lame for no reason. But no, I don't like cigar bars. I hate being in smoke. When you go in a cigar, if you don't smoke, you go in there and it's like you just fighting
Stop
the air.
making excuses. Stop making
As soon as
excuses.
I go,
Bernard.
yeah, I was, but at the end of the day, I was really just being square and lame, and found a reason not to go out. That's if they go into a cigar lounge, I ain't gonna go. But
any of y'all who didn't pull up to the cigar bar, y'all missed out, man. I think it was like,
awesome.
It was the icing on the cake, man. Like,
where I really missed out, and I might have done this, because I was kicking it with Will, the cameraman. He was taking pictures. He was taking pictures. I mean, I had like essentially a photo shoot or whatever, and but after that was over, we kind of parted ways, and he ended up out with Minister Jap and everything. I've just for the sake, because every time I went to Atlanta, the first time I went there, I was with my lady. We went to a NBA playoff game. It was my birthday, so she treated me. She I like NBA basketball, so she took me to an NBA game, a playoff game. We don't our local team don't make the playoffs anymore, so we flew out to Atlanta to watch the ATL and Milwaukee in the NBA finals. So I didn't do no Atlanta nightlife hanging out like that. And then we was down here essentially on business, so I ended up not doing no nightlife hanging out. But I do want to see what that Atlanta club, like I'm talking a club hangout, is like. And that was an opportunity. Like when I parted ways with Will, if I would have talked to him for like 5 more seconds, I probably would have found out that damn, they was about to go out. Well, no, he said it was kind of impromptu and didn't know, but I would have went out to that. I would have went out to the club, like a real club, just to see, just to check it out. And it's funny. He said some of y'all won't like this. He said actually Six to Goddess was out there at that club that they went to and everything. So I know a lot of you know. See you here, Nate. He over there grunting and growling. So yeah, that would have been fun. That would have been fun. But I definitely
let me tell you a secret, Bernard. Drunk Sir Tice is the best Sir Tice. Okay, and
I could imagine.
But
go ahead.
And we got to experience that. We got to see the drunk Sir Tice. Okay, we got to see him turning up. We didn't get any footage. So you're safe. You're safe, Tice. Don't worry about it.
Good deal.
Don't worry about it, Tice. But
go ahead.
You missed out, Bernard. You really missed out. Well, all y'all missed out.
But I see. I can make an excuse because I don't smoking cigar lounges. That's just not me. That's just not me. I can't.
I wanted to come, but it's good that I didn't because I would have never met Master Yao. So I guess that happened for a reason.
Yeah, but shout out to Pablo. Hold on, oh man. Shout out to Pablo. Pablo was the one. He picked up my lunch and my drinks on the first night that we went out. Pablo, definite. Shout out to Pablo. Shout out to Pablo. He was down there. He basically was letting everybody know, look, this is my city. Y'all need anything, whatever you want to do, wherever you want to go, I got you. So yeah, Pablo was there, ready to introduce brothers to Atlanta that hadn't been there yet. So shout out to Pablo. I didn't take full advantage of it, but we did. I did go out to eat. I was sitting next to him at dinner, and yeah, he paid my way. He paid my way. So shout out to Pablo. He definitely was a good host in his hometown. Let's see who else we got in here. Latch Zilla in the building. He says white women pull up to shoot their shot like Larry Bird when they see some successful looking brothers. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. We also got Sir Ty's back in the building. There's Master Yao is a progenitor of the select non-select paradigm. He's Ram's mentor. I've told old man and Nate this. Absolutely. Bro Truth in the building. He says me and little big Nate's son almost had the line up.
I can tell that story if you want me to.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm gonna read the rest of the super chats, and then we're gonna get to that. We're gonna definitely get to that. Preem in the building super chat. He says, "Congrats on the success, gents. Absolutely, thank you very much for that." Sir Ty's back in the building with another one. He says, "You don't have to smoke to go to the cigar bar. No, you got to understand when you don't smoke, listen. You can get high off secondhand smoke." Walking into a damn cigar bar. When you don't smoke, you walking there fighting through that cloud. By the time you make it to your seat, you got a full-blown headache. Like it's you got to understand if you're either a smoker or you're not. And I can handle like everybody in my family smoke, but something about cigar lounge smoke is like that cloud. I can sit around people smoking weed before I can just sit up in a cigar lounge. It's just different. I can't explain it.
Stop the cap.
How's that cap? I'm basically showing. I'm explaining a weakness, a vulnerability, a man who can't handle being around smoke. That's nothing you cap about. That's something you lie. You make another excuse and say, "Nah, man, I had something better going on," other than saying I'm too much of a punk to sit in the smoke-filled room. That ain't nothing to cap about. That's something to lie about. I mean, that's something to lie and say you had something else to do versus telling the truth and saying you can't handle it. But anyway, shout out to Sir Tice, appreciate that. So okay, I'm hearing that Little Big Nate's son, who goes by to us, Big Little Nate, and Bro Truth, almost had to line up a white dude. So I'm presuming that line him up means commits to
put hands on him.
Yeah, to put the paws on him. I'm assuming that's what that means. So go ahead and tell that story.
Yeah, we were downstairs. There's about 8, 9 of us with Master Yao's assistant. And if you ever imagine like this esoteric, older gentleman, wise sage type dude's assistant, like on cartoons, this guy was exactly that. Just quiet, very still, every movement measured, no movement wasted. Crazy. This dude, Master Yao's assistant. Cool dude, though. Cool dude. But Brother Truth and my son get up and they go to the bar to get a drink. And you know how them white dudes do when they get drunk, man. They can go up and say anything to anybody. Somebody ran up on Brother Truth. He's like, "Oh my God, look how tall you are." And well, I bet I could take him. This is what he said to Brother Truth. And like my son and Brother Truth looked at each other because they've been talking shit to each other all day about, getting, gloved up. Brother Truth just keeps throwing. Brother Truth, I don't think you understand what my boy's capable of, man. I just chill. I care about you, bro. But yeah, man, he came back to said, "Man, dude, we almost had to put hands on this white boy." Yeah, I think I can take him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can take him out. And I'm glad Brother Truth didn't put hands on the boy, because a 6'5" black man, you know, pummeling some poor drunk white, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. He practiced restraint, and we appreciate the restraint that Brother Truth practiced.
Bro Truth knows some type of discipline, some martial arts or something like that. If I
I think he
understand.
boxes. I think, yeah, he said he boxes.
Okay, yeah. So that would have been bad.
Bernard,
Like,
at that height, Bernard, I don't think he needs to know any damn thing.
no, I get it. I get he has a natural reach advantage, but I'm saying in addition to that, in addition to that, he does know a particular discipline. So it would have went bad. Like, stuff like that don't happen in Michigan. Like, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's something down south. They feel a little bolder down there, but up here they either they don't take chances like that with brothers, you know, up norther. I don't know. Maybe they're a little bolder down there, but they don't do that up here.
That's more than bold to see a brother that huge. Pause. To see him and I don't know. It would not make sense for me to taunt somebody like Bro Truth. Okay, now, you know, doesn't mean that if we need to square up, Bro Truth, that I wouldn't. I'm just saying I'm not gonna taunt your ass. Like, I don't I don't need that. You know, I don't need that type of smoke, man. I'm good.
And can we speak? And I'm gonna speak to this, man. Can we speak to the collective IQ in the room?
Had to be high.
What must have been like the average IQ in that room? Of course, the speakers, you know, intelligent men. The questions that were asked, because we had question and answer period for every speaker. I mean, dude, every black man was a professional, from blue collar to white collar, all different stages of development academically. We had them as young as 19 up to brothers in their 60s. I mean, just a wide array of different types of men. But, you know, there's that thread of commonality that runs through us all, you know, of being like-minded, you know. But man, it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. I mean, just genuinely intelligent men. Watch, you know, the next day for the IT conference, watching Theodore go to every table and work with the brothers, working through the problems he had with the AWS and the Udemy class. And honestly, if you say anything negative about this, man, you shouldn't even be given consideration, man. Just go do what you do on your panels, man. Salute to you.
Yeah. Oh man, you ain't said nothing in a while. What's on your mind? I don't even know if you feel we keep getting off on different subjects. I don't even know if you fully got off what you initially came up to want to say, but just either that or just in general.
No,
what's on your mind? What you? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
How did you like the room, Obsidian? If you could speak to that.
It's fantastic. It was a heck of an experience, I'll tell you that.
Man, I'll be honest with you, bro. I've never been to the top floor of a hotel like that, because hotels like that, you can't travel to the top floor without a certain type of key. And I'll be honest, my key would not allow me to go to the 22nd floor. You know, it's not like that. But man, that room was absolutely gorgeous. You walk in, there's a foyer, okay? A hotel room with a foyer. His and hers closets, a guest bathroom. You walk right into a beautiful dining room. You go to the left, there's a living room. You go to the left again, there's a full kitchen, some type of natural stone countertop, gorgeous. You walk in, you go to the right, there's that sitting area where we filmed the interviews with the three gentlemen and myself.
Right.
Little fireside chat. You go in. Was it 1 or 2 bedrooms?
1 bedroom.
Oh, 1 bed. Big, beautiful bedroom, balcony. I've never been in a presidential suite. I'm not gonna make anything up and lie to y'all. That was absolutely gorgeous. That room. Oh my God.
Yeah, had all the trimmings. Sauna, really nice shower, hot tub, jacuzzi. Full kitchen, 2 bathrooms, well, guest bathroom, queen size bed, TV in the living room, had a living room, a conference room, a little den around the fireplace. You know, it was really nice. Balcony, the whole bit.
Very nice, man. Wow.
Yeah, I was overlooking Lenox Mall. Very, very nice. It was funny.
We're not gonna mention.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say we're not gonna mention how all those people who be doubting old man's lady friend. You know,
I
shut them down.
said, hold on, wait. I said we're gonna wait on that when you missed it. Yeah, me and Obsidian did some pre-recorded content talking about that, but now you didn't let out the teaser trailer that yeah,
My bad.
no, that's all right. No, well, it probably will be coming out. I got the file, so I'm gonna send it to Obsidian after the show, and I want him to put it out when he wants, because that'll be his his debut doing video on camera, the first content he'll be producing on camera on his channel. And me and him, yeah, we did discuss his lady friend, who for the first night when everybody met up, that was on Thursday, the night before. Thursday the night before the event, when everybody officially met up and got together, and we went out to eat, about 16 of us. Yes, Obsidian's lady friend was in attendance. She does actually exist. And I'm just going to leave it right there. So go and watch whenever Obsidian drops. They probably drop, I mean, hell, he might drop it tonight before he go live, or he may drop it tomorrow. Who knows?
Yeah.
But I'll make sure he get the file. So I want to give him full creative control to release that how he wants to release it. So we're not going to talk about it, but yes, the existence of his lady friend has been confirmed. I'll just say that and leave that there, and we're gonna move on, because it was okay. I will say this: it was two things. Obsidian himself has been like damn near a ghost. like nobody in this space has really seen him live in person in HD, moving around, other than just still photos. So that alone was a lot. That was a huge, seeing him for the first time and shaking his hand, and then the double whammy, like, oh shit, he brought his woman too. It was like, oh shit, So that was a big deal. It was so much going on, but this the shocker of seeing Obsidian and Lady Friend. That was highlight of it. Don't say too much, little bit.
No. I'm not going to give anything away. I want to talk to the origins of this. On your show, I said, Obsidian, I want to take you out and treat you for your birthday dinner. Mm-hmm. Right? So I'm emailing back and forth, telling him the guest list. Then all of a sudden he sends me an email and said, yeah, it'll be me plus one. I said, holy shit. I said, I didn't say that to him, but I'm thinking, I said, oh shit. Is Obsidian bringing his lady friend? I said, oh shit. I said, okay. So I look forward to it. So, I'm back and forth telling him the list as it grows of who's going to be there and stuff. And then sure enough, that's it. I got nothing else to say.
All right, we leaving it there. Shout out to the Cash apps. I think D-Rock holy shit, I just got what the hell? That's a lot of Cash apps. Wow.
Don't forget the kindness this evening with Little Big Nate show, please.
Yeah, and we're going to continue it tonight over at my place, because I got quite a bit to say about about our critics.
Yeah, shout out to Black Wolf, who just sent an ungodly high a $100 Cash app with a show request, and I will try to deliver on that. I can't make any guarantees. I haven't spoken to the gentleman that you're requesting in a while, but I will try. I will try to make that happen. I will. If not, I'm assuming that $100 is for that interview. So if that can be made, if I can't make it happen, I'll send you the 100 back. But if I can make it happen, I'm keeping all of it. But shout out to you. I do appreciate that. And shout out to Freedmen's Journal, sent a $10 Cash app. Shout out to you for that one. Also, shout out to D-Rock Den in the build. Wait, hold on. Let me see if Freedman said anything. Oh, he said for dues. Absolutely appreciate it. But shout out to Freedman's Journal says for dues, and D-Rock Den says for congrats on the meetup, and he puts up a middle finger emoji to them haters. Shout out to you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. But yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Where we at? And shout out to Pete Rock 496. It just became a member. I got 2 new members today. I do appreciate that when people sign up for the membership. So shout out to Dr. Thunder who became a member, and shout out to Pete Rock 496 who just became a member. Appreciate all of you people joining the membership. Tree Bullies Lifestyle says, okay. Tree Bullies Lifestyle says, man, I forgot the event was this weekend. I feared something had happened to the old man. Happy to see the fellas back in action. Yes, I should have made it clear on my community tab why I wasn't really posting anything. I figured most people leading up to it knew what was going on. But yeah, I could have communicated better why I wasn't posting anything. But we back in action. We back in action. Shout out to, I don't know if there was another. Oh damn, F Holiday in the building says yes. Little Big Nate, just to go from everyday strag. What is that? I can't tell. Straglanta. That's wow. Straglanta to be amongst some of the best and brightest was amazing. You just had to be there. Okay, I get what he's saying because he's from Atlanta, so he went from everyday Straglanta to being amongst the brothers at the meetup. Absolutely. And Great Britain in the building. He says God set a table for us in the presence of our enemies. It was dope. Shout out to Great Britain in the building. Shout out to who else we got in here. I think that's it. I think I got all the super chats covered. See, I already did Sir Ties. I did Preem.
Devon Mitchell.
Oh wait, I think I know what you're talking about. Okay, yeah, that one just popped up. Okay, yeah, I think that's Devon Mishu says going forward, man, this needs to be a yearly event. Dude, you was step behind. We 8 steps ahead of you, man. No, it's already going to be a yearly event. Already going to be a thing. That's already in the works. But a yearly event for the Black Manosphere, networking, workshops, training, planning, etc. Yeah, it was all kind of stuff on the docket. So yeah, that's coming down the pipeline. Absolutely. But no, shout out to everybody who's supporting. Shout out to everybody who's supporting.
Man, I know the haters are fuming right now, man. They're fuming. I know it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting about this whole thing, and because I gotta get ready to run in about 5 minutes. But you know what's interesting about this, and I've noticed this over the past few years. The haters ain't who you think they are. You would think it would be black women that would be, going berserk with this. It's not. It's black men.
No, it's men. Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
I've only seen one stream from a woman that I saw. I mean, it was. I'm just basing it off what I saw. It could be more, but what I saw with my own eyes, I can say it was one stream from a woman who was hating on the event. And this particular woman, her intro to her show, it basically is like it reminds you of that Brittany Cooper tweet that we just read, where it's so yeah. So
these are the people that are getting left behind and they're angry.
Yeah, so that lets you know how far gone a chick have to be hating on it. But it's brothers. But the mere fact that yes, it is more brothers hating on it than women hating on it. Is women just sitting back and they like, hey, whatever, I only can name one. Okay, well, okay, one of them I did see one of them hurl some insults, but as far as one who actually did a stream to hate on it, only one. But brothers, that's you run out of paper writing out the list of everybody, all the brothers I've seen hate.
But these are black men that act like women, so there's a correlation.
Black men who's supposed to who were supposed to be invited on the guest list too, by the way. that according to the people that's think that the floodgates are supposed to be open for everybody. Yeah. Even those that are making streams to hate on it should have been welcome to come there and hate on it.
And disrupt it and turn it into a mess, turn it into a fiasco. No. You don't get to destroy what we build. We defend what we build.
Yeah, but hold on. Wait, let's pump the brakes, Nate. But only because Obsidian just said he had 5. No. Only because Obsidian said he got like 5 minutes.
Oh, no problem.
No, I mean, I was just simply saying, I'm just making that observation, and I'm going to take it further because I don't want to do it here, but I'll take it further later tonight. I'm considering doing a double header because there's other business that has to be dealt with Miss Mason. So I'm considering doing a double header tonight before our good friend and brother St. Kevin takes over at 10 o'clock. So I may roll at 6 p.m., go 6 to 8 with the Black Manosphere, 8 to 10 with the unfinished business with Miss Mason. So I'm considering doing something like that. Plus, it's been a while since I've done a double header. So I'm thinking of doing something like that tonight. And after this business call with this lovely lady out of Dallas, then I'll see about posting up that discussion you and I had, Bernard. I'll look into that. So
I'll make sure you get the file. Actually, I'll do you one better. Because it came up with multiple camera angles, and so I don't know what your video editing skills are at. So I'll splice it together and make it a full package, print finish, product when I send it to you. I'll get on that right when I get off.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do it like that. All right, I got to get out of here, man, because I got a business call I got to take care of. Fellas, as always, great talking to you. And so everybody sees what we're doing now. It's no longer just a bunch of talk and all the rest of it. Get used to seeing the old man on camera a lot more in 2022. I told you it was going to happen. I told you. So yeah, and thank you.
Right on. Shout out to the old man. Yeah, I still couldn't believe it. Still couldn't believe it. We was down there in the lobby. We was getting ready to go out. I should have brought this up while he was here. It was a moment where I wish he was here so it's not like I'm talking about him behind his back, but it was a while where okay, I got there Wednesday. He was already there. And maybe it was a reason, but he wasn't exactly answering his phone. So we so it was like, we're here. We're at the meetup. I've spoke to a lot of people. I've spoke to Nate. I've had a lunch. I mean, a dinner, a late dinner and a drink with Theo. I've talked to everybody. Where is Obsidian? He's all the way up there on the 22nd floor. Just he just up in a cave. Like I was like, he's I was like, is he up there just being a diva, not coming down? Like what's like, damn, like, oh man, come on. Then I started thinking, like, wait a minute, we've never seen him on camera. He's getting cold feet about making his big appearance in front of everybody. So I was like, all right, I'm just gonna not call him, not text him. He come down when he come down. So right when we was about to go eat, everybody was there in the lobby ready. It was like 16 of us, and then he finally, that's what I said, he probably was just being a diva. He finally made his big entrance. He was all suit, how he be, in the pictures. He was all suited up real nice, but and then he finally came down. But it was a brief moment where I was like, I'm thinking that he's not going to actually come down and participate. It was a moment when I was a little worried, but no, he came down, and yeah, seeing him live and in person, it was a trip. It was a trip.
Yeah, man, very, very interesting.
But shout out. Hold on, wait, real quick. Hold your thought, Nate. Matt Blaylock in the building just became a member. Picked up 3 channel members today. I definitely appreciate that. Everybody who's becoming a member. Shout out to each and every one of y'all. Shout out to each and every one of y'all. Captain Cisco in the building. He says, I was in that area at Twin Peaks restaurant. Right on. Shout out to you. And yeah, I think that's all of it. Go ahead, Little Big Nate. You was plotting on saying something.
Yeah, it's, of course, the space is, it's a competition. So, I've already said I would, I usually broadcast Tuesday nights. So, Obsidian told you about his broadcast. I got to tell you about mine. We're going to recap the entire Manosphere meetup, all that I can divulge to you, give you some inside baseball of things that, only I or Theo would know, some of things, a couple of things. And that's what we'll do today. And, you know, the recap is today. And Thursday, barring there's no major, you know, pop culture event that happens that the algorithm demands that you cover, we'll talk about what's happening next year with the Manosphere meetup. What already what myself and Theo have been able to talk about. I alluded to it, you know, with the election and when we're going to plan. We have to be strategic. We have to think our moves through. And again, gentlemen, for anybody saying this for everybody, how in the world can we take our time and think strategically and make the moves we need to make if we're fighting and bickering? There's no room, there's no time, there's no space for any of that. You either get on board with what we're doing or you don't. You can sit on your panels and talk your nonsense. It's up to you. It's up to you, gentlemen.
And by the way, Nate, the video that I need to send you, the sit down with me, you, Obsidian, and Jap, that one I don't have that one yet. I think because that was
I will. Will's supposed to be sending me that too.
Oh, well, okay, good.
Yeah.
I think that one is just taken because it's an hour and 20 minutes,
almost
long.
Hour and a half. Yeah.
Yes, I think it's just taking a long time. But okay, I didn't know if you were receiving this stuff either.
Yes, sir.
I didn't know if he was only sending it to me. I don't think he's sending it to Obsidian. I talked to him a lot, so he just was okay. But cool. If he's sending it directly to you, perfect.
Yes, sir.
All right.
But yeah, man, you know, you talked about my little channel, and it's true. And it's a testament to what any man can do if you just put your mind to it.
Mm-hmm.
You imagine if I went around asking for permission, if I went around asking these guys, hey, man, what do you think? Can we do this? It would have never gotten done. You just have to take the initiative. You have to put it out there. The people that want to be part of it will. The people that don't, God bless them. You don't have to be part of it. You know, do whatever works for you. Now, shitting on it will get you dealt with. You know, if you want to attack it, you know, you'll have a group of very highly accomplished, intelligent men coming after you. Well, actually, not even coming after you, just never giving you any consideration. Because if you would ever want a group of friends ever in your life, and you're a black male, these are the men you'd want to be your friends. That's what I can tell you with 100% assurity. Imagine Hoop Jargon. He came in from California, stepping out on faith that this was going to be something special. This was going to be something that could work. Hoop Jargon isn't part of the executive committee. I'm not even saying who's on that right now. So he didn't know about how many men had signed up, the number of confirmed, what have you. That man got on a plane with his lovely lady. He could have ended up looking like a fool in front of her.
Thanks.
He get there and there's 4 guys, you know, sitting around, you know, with a box of Dunkin' Donuts or something like that, you know, waiting on us to get there. No, he stepped out on faith. He got on a plane from California. He just texted me and let me know he got in. He just got back to Cali. Brought his, I mean, she's beautiful. He brought his beautiful woman.
Bad. She's bad.
Yeah, she bad.
She's bad.
She is.
She bad.
Shout out to motherfucking Hoop Jargon. He got himself a legit baddie on his arm. Came there and decided to be part of it. Hoop Jargon also spoke. Every man there stepped out on faith. I called for this from behind an avatar. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. Nobody does this. Nobody. And could pull it off. I'm not asking for no pats on the back, but show the respect that's due. You're gonna have to. You don't have a choice. Either hashtag show your work or shut your mouth. We're separating the men from the lady boys, if you will. And again, you don't have to be a part of it to be a man or to be successful with it. I am in no way, shape, or form saying that. There's brothers that's, hey, this just ain't for me. God bless you, bro. Do your thing. But to shit on it or to talk negative about it, you really just show yourself to be a black woman. I heard niggas are making streams about me being ugly, I'll cam up tonight for you. Really? I mean, that's what you've got. I'm sitting in a $1,300 a night presidential suite, interviewing 3 of the top talents in the Manosphere. And you talk about Obsidian being gay and me being ugly and Bernard Riley's not dressed right. This is what you have.
Somebody said that.
Yeah, this is what I'm hearing. I get back into town. I got a nigga calling me, telling me about this shit.
Listen, don't pay them any mind.
No. I don't even listen to those things. I haven't listened to the stream. Like I said, somebody called me and told me about this. And I told the guy, I said, man, don't call me with this nonsense. I don't want to hear this. We had a remarkably successful event. And this is what I told him, Barronville. I told you about the quote I'm going to use from you. I saw you in a comment section say this.
Mm-hmm.
I saw it, and it wasn't in my upload. It was somebody else's. Jason Barronville said,
Jonathan,
this is the most successful networking event he's ever been to.
Yeah.
How about that? I'm a college dropout, single father auto damage appraiser. And I've put on the type of event that an IT professional, like genius level intelligence dude, says is the best network event he's ever been to. Don't tell me what we can't do. I'm not listening to this shit anymore. No. We're going to learn how to do what we want to do. And that's it. You either with us or you ain't. Choice is yours.
So Obsidian was right though. You know, what made me kind of disappointed was when I was looking on different. This was before the meetup. Even on, I'll give an example, like a specific example. Even on one of Ramil's streams, you know, shout out to Ramil. Despite the differences and whatnot, you know, I still have a lot of respect for Ramil. In one of his streams, I remember, you know, he was making a point, and everybody, like all these black men in the comments, talking about, man, that meetup is just gonna be a bunch of guys talking about bitches and this and that, and it's just like seeing all that negative energy towards something that some black men are trying to put together in a positive light. You know, it really kind of made me disappointed. You know, just looking at that, like, and it's like, I mean, I know people say whatever in comments sometimes, but I'm just thinking, like, what do you get out of that? Like, why? I don't get what I would get out of, you know, even if I didn't like you, right? If I saw some brothers putting something together that the end goal of it is something that they're at least trying to make positive, right? If I had something negative to say, I'd rather just keep it to myself, because I'd feel like, you know, okay, this is not, you know, what am I contributing to this by saying that? So it just kind of made me like, so Obsidian was right. Like, it's really, you know, it's mostly men that we've seen, you know, doing this. Like, I actually expected to see the women, you know, saying, oh, this is going to be a black woman bash fest or something like that. That's what I expected them to say. But it was it was mostly the men, you know. So, but even the funny thing is, though, here's what was the highlight for me too, is that even if we look on the female side, right, like the female, you know, narrative, all the brothers, right, who either came through with their women, or like, you know, when we were at the cigar bar, you know, the mingling that was going on. Go ahead.
I thought you were about to mention something that we had just said. We're not gonna.
No. I'm not going. Yeah, right. I'm just saying that, like, when we're at the cigar bar, like the mingling that was going on and everything. Okay. Literally all the women that I saw the brothers either interacting with or the that they came with, they're baddies. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like it kind of again shows that a lot of the narratives are not true, right? Like, these brothers are really, you know, dealing with the women that we talk about in this space. Like, I didn't see any dudes with fatties. I didn't see, like, even in the mingling that was going on, you know, I saw even at the cigar bar, I saw Sir Tice doing his thing. I saw, you know, it's like, man, listen, it's just, again, the narratives, this just proves so many of the narratives wrong. Absolutely. Like, it just proves so many of the narratives wrong, you know, and that's why I love to see it.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Black Wolf Inky says, the Little Big Nate Show, you truly looked like 3 of my uncles. Those 3 uncles are the greatest influences in my life. You accomplished something great. Absolutely.
Well,
absolutely.
We did, man.
Yeah, but no, I definitely give you credit. I did it. I spent the first part of this stream basically giving you your flowers, man. So yeah, absolutely. F Holiday in the building says, I saw a man with his son talk about the detractors. Oh, and I'm officially convinced that Little Big Nate has a microphone attached to his voice box. Yeah, I agree. Shout out
Jason,
to
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Wait, hold on, real quick. Let me just make sure I don't got nobody else. I said I wasn't going to miss none today. I probably still slipped up, but let's see. I already acknowledged Matt Blaylock, who became a member. Shout out to you picking up members today. I definitely appreciate that. I think I read. Okay, so yeah, I'm all caught up on the super chats. Go ahead.
Yeah, my son had a chance to talk with you, Jonathan. What did you think of him?
Oh, my bad. I was on mute. My bad. No, you listen. Your son, obviously, listen. From the first time I saw when you did that interview with your son, I could already tell that the type of young man that you were raising, Big Nate. So like I think that already made it clear. Like meeting him in person, just solidified it. Like I mean, very, very. If I had one word to describe your son, it would be stoic. That's what I got from him.
He's a G. He is a G.
That's really what I got from him. Like he just is very reserved, very well mannered. Obviously speaks well. I mean, I don't, I don't have to say that part. Like, yeah, I mean, listen, Big Net, you did your thing, brother. You did your thing. So
I appreciate that, man.
You did your thing, man. It's obvious. Like it's literally obvious. It was obvious. So, and I think anybody who got to interact with your son would say the same exact thing. So.
And that and my emceeing abilities is what I got the most compliments on, to be honest with you. And that made it for me, man. That made it for me. Go ahead.
Yeah. Shout out to Sir Tice back in here with another one. Sir Tice says, props Nate, short memories. The very discussion of this publicly began on this show. Absolutely. I explained this there, but funny now, some critics want in. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, the idea of this.
If I could say something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with somebody having legitimate critiques of the event, especially if you were there. You absolutely can do that. To the brothers that I don't want anybody to think, hey, if I decline to come this time, am I going to be welcome next time? To the brothers that declined my invitation, think about how I responded to you. I said, man, I appreciate your timely response. I understand you're not able to make it. If you are a decent man who's behaved in this space, who can jive with at least 50% of the things you hear the guys that were there talk about, then you're welcome into it. Again, like-minded men is so that gentlemen can exclude themselves. Now, yeah, I hardly agree with anything Little Big Nate or Obsidian or Theo says. Then it's just not for you. And that doesn't make you bad. That's not saying anything negative about you. It's just not for you. Get together with the guys you do have a majority of your opinions agree with, and do something on your end. God bless you. You can call for advice. I'll help you. You know what I'm saying? This is not to set up adversarial camps or anything. But if all you're going to do is just sit and talk nonsense, then of course you'll never be a part of anything we do. We do not have any room or time for discord. We just don't. We just don't.
Where the hell was Ike? Ike, I'm looking at you, Ike. Where the hell were you? Mr. Ike Ogiamian.
Oh, I don't know if I think I might have sent an invitation. I don't know. I don't. I'll be honest. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And if I missed an invitation to Ike, my apologies, Ike. But I'm not.
Shout out to Ike.
I said several times though on shows. I said, look, I don't have everybody's email. Please email me if you're interested. Please. I said that all over this space. Sometimes you got to reach out to me. You know what I'm saying? So. But we'll do a better job next time. I assure you.
Yeah, Ike was one of the ones I had brought up when we were discussing people who we'd like to see speak at it. Not that I'm, this isn't a formal nomination, but yeah, that's Ike is somebody who's definitely built for presenting and giving. He has a wealth of knowledge. I mean, hell, go back and look at the business streams that me and him used to do. We used to do basically an ongoing series. So yeah, go back and check that out. Yeah, Ike has a wealth of knowledge. So yeah, definitely shout out to Ike Ogiamian.
We'll make that happen next time around. Yes, sir.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, but the Light Bearer Council says manospherebm.com. Please put some of the meetup footage on our site. Shout out to you, and yes, y'all go type that in and support that brother. He he has a place you can go. You can go check him out. Go check him out. Just type that in and go check it out. I went there one time. To check it out. He has a website, and you can post content on there. So definitely go check the brother out. Where we at? I know I saw we got Clue back in the building. Shout out to Clue. Shook that brother's hand. Nate, can you do your No, we're not trying to get my channel flagged down. But he did say that word right there, the Luciferian. he did say that up there, but he didn't say Democrats. We was betting on that. We was waiting on him to say that, but he delivered on the Luciferian when he was on stage. That was just great. But the RX-O in the building says, "Greetings, gentlemen. Congrats on your accomplishments. Since IT was covered on this occasion, what will be the theme for the next event?" We talked about that, and I think it will be an IT thing. I mean, just because the brothers that was there, they're getting into IT. I mean, the idea is to keep growing and building that army of brothers getting into IT, making that big money. So, from my understanding, that part of the intent, at least, okay, I don't know for sure, that has to be discussed, but it was a lot of things to discuss. I mean, Nate brought up earlier how taking it the political route, because we will be it'll be in Texas. It'll be during the election. So the political aspect of it. But before that idea was even put out there, we were talking about a lot of other things. It's not just IT. There's other areas where
I can speak to that real quick if you'd like.
But yeah, right. Hold on. Let me shout out the rest of these super chats. But yeah, I probably should just pass it right to you on that one, because you're the brainchild behind a lot of the ideas that's going on there. But shout out to the RX-O. Coach Ali's Corner in the building says one thing that let me make sure that's right. One thing that I wanted to highlight about the meetup were the introductions. Yes, that was great. The fact that every man had a chance to speak and tell their story shows how dedicated the brothers are to this space. Absolutely. That was brilliant. If that was your idea, that was brilliant of you to pass the mic to every brother that was there. Almost 100 of them all had something to say. It took 2 hours long, by the way, but it was still good, because some people was brief and just spoke for 30 seconds and passed it. Some people had to testify. They was
absolutely.
They was up there giving a full. They had to pat down with the rag. They gave a full blown. They preached a sermon in a little moment. They like, okay, I got the mic. I'm speaking. God damn it. But shout out to Coach Ali's Corner. That was one of the highlights of it for me. I definitely enjoyed that part of it. And Black Wolf Inc. in the building with a, man, you sending me too many cash apps with some requests that I don't know if I can make happen, man. But I appreciate it. I'll see what I can do. But all right, Lil Big Nate, you was trying to respond to something that
real quick
said in the super chat.
Next one, I'll tell you that.
What'd you say?
We should definitely have Ike at the next one. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah.
I agree. I mean, I didn't want to just give a full blown. I mean, yeah, he got my endorsement, but I didn't want to make it sound like a decision was being made live on a live stream. That's not where decisions get made. So that's why I was pumping the brakes on it. But I mean, y'all agreed, and yes, I think he absolutely should be there. But absolutely.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. If I
good.
didn't send Ike an invitation, my apologies, Ike. I did send out several times. Please just hit me on the email if you want to be part of it, and because again, I can't. There's so many people I don't even know that I haven't been to the platform of in this space. So please just reach out to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I overlooked Ike, that's my apologies, man. Absolutely. But as far as the IT versus other industries, during that fireside chat, I talked to Minister Jap brought that up. I don't know if you
That's
remember.
that's what I was about to say, but I didn't know. I didn't want to. Some things I didn't want to get into, but if you want to get into it, yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Absolutely. I'd said, Jap, do you want to like be in charge of our blue collar brigade? And he said, yeah, man, I'll do it. So I'll be in contact with Jap about, because Jap's got a ton of truck drivers, and man, if you're not subscribed to Minister Jap, bro, I don't know what's wrong with you. Go check out his show yesterday. His first 15 minutes of his show, all he did was talk about the Manosphere meetup. Go check it out. But yeah, Jap is hopefully going to head up outreach to our blue collar brigade to get more blue collar brothers in. And what we're looking for are, I'll talk about this on my show tonight, the elite level of the industry, so you can help mentor brothers into the industry, and top level truckers, electricians, construction guys. Absolutely. We want a resource bank where, brothers can go to that bank and find the mentoring or the direction that they need to get into these industries. We need our own old boys network. The white guys have it. Everybody else has it except us. For some strange reason, we sit around thinking we can vote the things we want into existence. No, we have to do the work. And this is what this is about.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Hoop Jargon in the building. He says, just hopping in, but man, let me blow that up for me. Hoop Jargon in the building. He says, just hopping in, but man, the criticisms I saw have been unreal. I brought my girl so she could see what it was. She spoke positively about meeting y'all. Know that. Absolutely, absolutely. And Hoop Jargon in the building. Like he's been cammed up on my channel and I didn't notice it, but in person, he looks just like Lamar Odom. I mean, so strikingly. And he's tall. He ain't 6'10" like Lamar Odom, but he's about 6'6" at least. So yeah, it's just so funny. It's so funny just seeing him. He's tall as hell. But True Black in the building says late.
Isn't he 6'8"?
Well, somebody said. Sir Tice introduced him as 6'8", but Sir Tice is like 5'6". So I think when you're 5'6", everybody anything over 6'5", you just round up. I don't know. Yeah, Sir Tice isn't the best judge of how tall Hoop Jargon is, with Sir Tice being as low to the ground as he is. But me being 6'1", I can assess this. Yes, Hoop Jargon, he's about 4 or 5 inches taller than me, so I give him 6'6". But I had to take a shot at Sir Tice. I apologize.
I don't know, Bernard, because we're about the same height, and Hoop Jargon made me feel like a midget. Okay.
Well,
so.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sir Tice. He corrected me. 5'7". I'm sorry. Can't be taking inches off of brothers in the little fella federation. You can't be removing inches. They want they need all of it. You can't be short.
Pause, Bernard. Pause.
Cut it out.
Pause, Bernard.
Cut it out. Uneducated layman.
You just said they need all those. You just said they need all those inches, Bernard. You got to pause it.
Yes. You can't short them. If somebody 6'2" and you slip up and say 6'1", they're not going to trip. If somebody is 5'6" and you slip up and say 5'5", you might have a fight on your hands.
Oh my God.
So you know how that goes.
Well, that was another real big I guess you could say not point of contention, but I guess a big point of speculation about yours truly. Is he really as short as they say he is, or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
So Yes, it's true. I am a member of the Little Fella Federation. But some people say I'm the tallest of the short guys. So there you go. Oh, and the other thing too is that I think the brothers here can confirm I do not have a peg leg. Okay.
No, sir.
Accurate.
No peg leg.
No peg leg. Well, okay, I mean we didn't. I'm just playing. There was no peg leg. No peg leg. That's it. No. And pretty spry. Walk pretty fast. I definitely I definitely was watching your motions. I wanted to see like me and you was walking down the hallway, and I told this story when I was there. I kind of slowed down to let you kind of walk in front of me so I can see. Let me see. This is when I first got around the city. Like let me see how he really move. Let me he gets around pretty fast. I just think only thing I do believe, and if this is sort of bears out, I think if you. And you can confirm this. I think you've more or less said this that sometimes at some points in the day, you sit down too long, or I don't know, maybe a little pain kick in. Like it was some moments later in the last night we was there where it looked like oh man gotta need to lay down or something. But
I
throughout
was
the day,
feeling the rain coming. Actually, it had actually happened Sunday morning. It was raining, so I can feel rain coming between 24 and 48 hours before it happens. And I can feel hurricanes as far away. Like if I'm in Philly, I can feel a hurricane in the Gulf. I can feel it coming. I can feel hurricanes in the Carolinas, in the Georgia, Florida area. I can feel hurricanes, major storms and stuff like that. I can feel it before it happens. So I was told when I first got injured years ago, my doctors, they refused to operate because at the time I was too young. I had just turned 40. And I turned 40 in December of 2008. In February of 2009, I got injured, and that ended my career. So doctors examined me, the whole MRI thing they put you in and all that. And they told me what happened to me, but they said, we're not going to operate. You're too young. We don't like to operate until you're at least in your 50s. And at the time, I had just turned 40. It's what we recommend is you change your lifestyle. Obviously, your career is ended. You're not going to be able to go back to that type of blue collar work. That's over. You're going to have to go in another line of work. You're going to have to change your lifestyle and, the whole bit. So that's what I've been doing ever since. But they told me when I was in therapy, I did like a year. It was very, very excruciating and uncomfortable therapy, but physical therapy. But they told me that I will, from this point forward, have my own built-in weather channel because barometric pressure and meteorological weather changes I can feel. So any like drastic shifts in temperatures like we're having this week, it's going to be as high as 40 degrees in the daytime and as low in the daytime, as low as like 30 something degrees this week, right? Major shifts in weather I could feel. When rain is approaching, I can feel it. Snow, precipitation like that, and storms. I can feel storms, tornadoes, stuff like that. I can feel it as far away as Georgia and Florida. So yeah, that's what I was feeling. To tell you, I'll just go ahead and let this slip. I was in pain the entire trip. The entire trip I was in pain. But and I put a good face on it, and it finally started to break down the last night. It finally started really getting to me because the rain was coming closer and closer and closer. And then the next morning, there's rain on the ground. So I could feel that stuff when it's happening.
Sounds like we need a comic book for O-Man.
What do you mean?
Because you got superpowers now.
Okay.
Those are powers I did not necessarily.
I see what you're saying. I see the anger.
I mean, he has the power to tell when a storm is coming. That's not. I mean, Avengers assemble.
Don't downplay this man's powers, Bernard, just because you don't have them.
I mean, it's true, but I don't have any. I don't have any special powers. But I mean, I don't. Okay, he'd be like, I was gonna make an Aquaman joke, but Aquaman movies came out. If you watch Robot Chicken, you know how they make all those Aquaman jokes. How Aquaman is actually useless. He'd be like the Aquaman of of the the Avengers or the Justice League or whatever. But anyway, educated layman building says great show on the Meetup. Wealth engineering in the building. He says, what are your thoughts on pretty black women rising fast on YouTube, talking about the manosphere and what women need to know about men? Great studio, by the way. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, boy. That's
like who?
That's a detour into a different direction. Y'all can type. If I read the rest of the super chats, y'all can pick that one up if y'all want to. I personally don't care to do it. My position on that is I'm okay with it in the areas where I do side eye it. You look goofy publicly on a platform criticizing something that for whatever reason the market is choosing it. So I just sit back and let it ride on that one. So I have some criticisms about it, and I have some praises when it comes to women doing that, because women agreeing with us and speaking to our message, that's generally a good thing. But
I think it's an excellent thing.
ideally, well, hold on, let me just put a final bow on my point. I think the true strength in what they're doing will manifest when they're doing that, and they're saying the things that they're saying to a mostly female audience. I think that's really their trick, that they need to figure out a way to pull off. They need to figure out how to do that, because if it's just, if their channels just end up channels just full of men going to listen to a woman say the same thing. I mean, again, not a crime, not against the law. And if the market choose it, the market choose it. But I think if they're really in the business, if they really about that life, and they really believe in affecting change in what they're saying, they gotta figure that out. We can't help them with that. We can't help them grow their channels, and then it just be a bunch of men over there. They gotta figure out how. Okay. Well, hold on. They gotta figure out how to reach women.
They are reaching women,
and that's great. But they are okay. Hold on. Obsidian. We lay back
to them. You reach to them by action. Be hot, and you attract the guys too.
Obsidian. We lay back chilling today. No need to.
This is how you do it.
Obsidian, what are you doing? Obsidian.
Guys want black women to tell black women off and tell them about themselves. That's not going to happen.
No. Nobody is asking that. This is too chill of a stream for interruptions and disagreements. Like we can agree to agree. What I'm saying is their ultimate goal, their ultimate goal and objective, even if the men who show up because they like to see attractive women, help get their channel sparked and off the ground, I do believe their ultimate goal should be having a majority female audience, if not 50-50.
And the way to do that is by demonstration. Be hot like me, you'll get the guys too.
Yeah.
So that's all they have to do. All they have to do is just do what they're doing. Successful men have beautiful women around them. That's how it works.
Okay, well, let's ask this question. Okay.
Successful men and beautiful women go like a hand in the glove. That's how it works.
All right.
Black people have to learn how that works. So the way it works is black women who are hot get men who are around them. That's how it works. Ladies, you want to be successful, be hot, you too will have men around you. That's it.
Absolutely. I think most people would agree that Danica Marie is hot. Chantel Simone is hot. It's a lot of these women are attractive. I don't even know Six of Goddess demographics look like. I'm assuming mostly men are watching. So yes, they're hot. Men show up to watch their content. So what you're saying, I agree with what you're saying, but we haven't exactly seen it bear out, because they don't, as far as I know, they don't have 50-50 women or majority women yet. But I do think the female, and I say it affectionately, not as an insult, obviously, the female pick-me's that are growing their channels and blowing up, I think their ultimate goal should be, even if they're not there right now, their ultimate goal should be a majority female audience. Come hell or
And
high
that's not
water,
even
come hell or high water, however they got to do it. I
that's
think
not
that's
even
the
the audience. They keep doing what they're doing, and the women say, "Oh, you know what? Maybe I should be more like her." That's how it
Attractive
happens.
women are never going to have a majority woman audience.
No. This is how it works. You figure it out, ladies. You watch what the successful women are doing and you emulate. That's how it works.
Okay. Sun is hot around the building. He says, "No, you're not, old man. That'll be me. I'm 5'9". Well, okay. If 5'10" is average, being 5'9" makes you the tallest short guy. But I think short technically ends. Short is anywhere between, I don't know. Obsidian, you broke it down before.
5'7". 5'7" stops at 5'7".
Okay, so once you become taller than 5'7", it's in the other category, I guess. From 5'8" to 5'10" or 11 is its own category, and then 6 feet and up is their own category. So I think Obsidian has done the research on that. So Obsidian's done the research.
It's not hard. It's just a matter of suit sizes.
Okay.
The matter has been settled. Short starts at 5'7". For example, I wear a 44 short suit, which is different from a regular. Regular starts at 5'8" and above. Between 5'8" and 6'1" is a regular. So Bernard, you're 6'1", right? You would wear a regular suit size.
Well, no, actually, I can fit some regulars, but some of them don't fit quite as good. But so I wear
height.
I wear. I'm sorry, what's that?
I'm talking about in terms of your height, not width.
Yeah, but I mean, I wear a long. I do have. I got like one. I got one blazer that's a regular, and but I don't know. I'm a weird case when it comes to suit because my shoulders are a 48, but yeah, I mean, I think I explained that before.
Yeah.
I gotta the way I'm built with the width of my shoulders. I gotta get every suit I wear. I gotta get tailored because the 48, like this is a 48. It fits my shoulders perfectly. But it's a little too much room in the mid area, so I got to get it like tailored down to a smaller size for the rest of my body.
Anytime you buy a,
but this is a 48 long that I'm wearing right now.
Anytime you buy an off the rack suit, you're gonna have to have it tailored. The only time you don't have to do that, you can get made to measure. That's kind of like a in between off the rack and bespoke. Of course, bespoke by definition is tailored. So and that's I'm moving in that direction in 2022 is getting bespoke because when you're really a guy like me, it's kind of hard to get suits to fit right. And the same thing if you're big and tall, it's kind of hard to get the suits to fit right. You got to go through a shit ton of tailoring when you get it off the rack. So
hey guys, when somebody come in here and they got a fake troll name, somebody got Obsidian's name in their name, they don't even waste time timing them out. Just block them. Just get them all the way out of here. Like that's somebody who's, if they just say something stupid, they can get timed out and then probably come back and have some sense when they come back. If they take the time to create an account with Obsidian's name, then that's not somebody who's just gonna, slip up and say something stupid every now and then. Just get him out.
But anyway, back to the point.
Obvious trolls got to go. But hold on, Sun is hot raw. Okay, yeah, shout out. I already read that one. But appreciate you coming through with the super chat. Let me get caught up on some of these. Okay. That's the one that we read. Thank you for the super chat and thank you for the compliment to the studio. Sun is hot raw back in here. No, I already read that one. Big Mac Fisher. Barometer knees are the shit. They let me know when to go outside. Shout out to you. I had all this time. I didn't know you didn't have a wrench, Big Mag. I just gave you a wrench and car designer Chris. See, I don't be knowing who got wrenches and who don't. The RX-0 in the building. He says, in the Army, we have what's called the AAR, after action review. It's a military term meaning critique. What are some factors you gentlemen feel you could improve on for the next event? Please, everybody, hold your thought on that one because we do want to get to that. I do want to get a little Big Nate and JB's opinion on the question about the women's, but Big Poke Dog in the building says salute. So yeah, please don't let me forget that to go around with that and answer that question that he just put right there. F Holiday in the building says, just curious if J Speed shows up to the next meet, can we have a live action?
Oh my
God. I can't tell what that say.
Auction for removal.
Action for see.
Auction.
Okay, you meant to say auction. I'm sorry. So now I'm
Glasses,
not tripping. No, okay. I did mess up on auction. I did. That was a glasses situation, and my camera is kind of blocking it because the way my setup is. My camera is blocking it. I couldn't see the word, but removal. No, that one literally that was spelled wrong. So I get an excuse for that one. Black Wolf Ink in the building said, okay, let me just make it bigger so I can actually see it. All right, there we go. Watch it, guys. The Pick Me Chicks versus the Passport Gals. We are going to see them clash throughout 2022 due to the momentum of KS and the Manosphere. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. And we got, Constructive Consultant in the building. He says, if you want the women who are bad actors to keep revealing themselves, I'm indifferent. That perspective, but largely the men still have a lot of groundwork socially, politically, and economically pushing our issues. Thank you for that, Constructive Consultant. Definitely appreciate that. And I think I already did that one. All right, cool. All right, so to the question that was already tossed out there by, I forgot who it was at this point, but he had asked a question about the
that was Wolf Engineering.
All right, ask the question about the ladies growing their channels and what you guys overall think on that. I gave my thoughts on it. Obsidian gave his thoughts. Little Big Nate and we'll go ahead first, JB, and I'll save Little Big Nate for last on that one. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I personally, I have mixed feelings on this. So on one hand, I'm gonna be completely honest. Like I think shorties like Six the Goddess and Danica Marie, they come across a little bit too good and ratchet for me. Now again, I'm not, no disrespect to them.
Well, no, I've addressed that on my show. Yeah, for my personal taste, I can't get jiggy. I can't get jiggy with that, but we're not talking about our personal taste in a woman we dealing with in real life or in a relationship with. Just let's deal with the concept of.
Well, no. So but I think that is relevant though, because I think it's relevant to the point I'm about to make. Because because when I see the women in the space, because they are attractive looking women. So for me, I think it's beneficial when we have the so-called pick-me's, right? What they call the pick-me's. Especially if they come across as genuine. Like I think Chantel is pretty genuine, for example, right? And so I want, like for me, I'm actually in favor of those women having having a portion, or I guess what's the best way to say this? I'm in favor of actually celebrating those women as well, because I think when we're talking about if we talk about the women that we don't want, right? The women that are problematic, I think we should also uplift the ones that are trying to do the work, that are trying to push the proper narrative out there. That's just my perspective on that. And so then when I look at those ladies, the reason I mentioned that they're a little bit too hood for me is because, I personally, I don't know, from my perspective, I don't think I wouldn't. Okay, so women with those type of attitudes and those like just mannerisms and whatnot, like those are not the women that I think men should be going after, right? And so I don't know if those are the women I want to have a voice when it comes to being. I don't know if those are the pick-me's that we want. That's just me. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Normally ghetto and ratchetness, or just sounding ghetto and ratchet. And and listen, I actually respect Danica Marie for being herself, because somewhere along the way she could have said, you know what, I'm going to clean up my language and I'm going to speak in a very proper demure. She could have went Valley Girl. She could have just gradually, slowly changed it up, but she stayed true to herself and who she is. So that's I respect it, and somebody like it, and somebody's watching it. But I understand every point that you're saying. Saying 100% that's not necessarily the representative that you want to be that. But what do you think about me when I say their ultimate end goal should be to try to figure out how to get women if they're really about that life, that should be their ultimate end goal. Because I mean, it's no way to get around it if it's just them dressing up, looking cute and sexy, and just saying things to men that that men ultimately want to hear. Then it does bring forth the criticism, even though some people just hating. It is what it is. Some people just hating, but there is a legitimate criticism within that hate, that women just saying, "Ooh, look at these." And not Danica Marie, she grew her stuff separate from the Manosphere. So I'm not talking about her right now, but it is a thing where some women are saying, "Ooh, look at these men here. Ooh, it's an audience of men. Let me, hop in the chat room. Let me hop on panels. Let me get familiar. Hey, look at me. I got a channel and I've been listening to what y'all been saying for 3 weeks and I'm repeating it. Don't you like that, boys?" It's like,
so basically,
it looked goofy. It looked goofy. It
looks like
goofy.
pandering. It looks like pandering. It looks like
yeah. So that's why I'm like, if they really about that life, they should be trying to get women and not just, So that's where I'm at with it. And that's where I'll always be at with it. But what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think their ultimate goal should be to get married first and foremost, and then that's what I think it should be, right? Like, so if you have this audience and you're doing the work and whatnot, and then you get married, I think that's only going to make your message even stronger, because you were already doing this, pushing out the content before you were married. We already, let's just say, believed in you, and then you got married, right? But yes, in terms of the audience, I agree with you as well that that their focus audience wise should be to gain a female audience. Which if we just hold on real quickly, man. Like if we look at Chantel Simone, for example, I'm pretty sure. I mean, just from hearing her perspective regularly, like that seems to be her goal, is to try to get more women to listen to her message, right? More especially the younger women. So yes, I think we're in agreement on that. I just think marriage should be the end goal.
Yeah, but Danica's already married.
Yeah, that's why I set her to a side. Like, you don't got to. This isn't a bash or beat up on Danica Marie's session, and she don't even have to be defended because her. Yeah. So it's all good.
So here's where I'm at with it. To extend what I said earlier, I'm going to talk about this tonight with this Miss Mason piece. Black men are going to have to let go of the idea that black women are going to, basically be Sister Shahrazad Ali revisited. That was a snapshot in time that has passed and is not coming back. Okay. Successful men draw women, very attractive women. That's always been true. This is something our good friend and brother St. Kevin has been saying now for nearly 2 years straight. That's just the way of things. Black women, like a Danica, like a Six the Goddess, like a Courtney Michelle, etc., et al., they are not going to confront the Brittany Coopers of the world and upbraid them. That's not going to happen. What's going to happen is that the really attractive women who have what men want are going to magically appear wherever successful brothers are. That's it.
Right. Yes.
That's it.
Correct.
Right, no, we get that. That's true. And I certainly wasn't, and I don't think JB at all was saying that attractive feminine women need to go argue with ratchet women. Because that's a masculine act anyway to do that. So no, I don't expect them to do that at all. But I'm just saying that it's a tough job. I'm not saying it's easy. What I'm saying that they need to do.
They're not going to appeal to women like that. The way that they will appeal to women.
No. Nobody is suggesting that they appeal to women like that. Nobody is suggesting that.
What are you saying?
No, I know what I'm saying. No, you're offering a suggestion. I don't have their game plan or their campaign to pull this off. And I acknowledge that it is a difficult task. Even with your saying, even with your saying,
hang on. A difficult task to do what?
A difficult task for them to accomplish the goal of having a majority female audience that is coming to hear that message. Okay, they don't need to do it. But here's a question then. What's the benefit of them having that message and just repeating it to guys?
Because guys like watching hot women. That's why.
Yeah, but okay, so I'm talking about the benefit of their message. I mean, hot
I
women
can answer that.
Their being there is the benefit. Period.
just to look at
Yes.
some pixels on a
Yes.
screen.
Yes.
Yeah,
If I could chime in,
that's
if I could chime in real quick.
all right. We're gonna pass it to Little Big Nate, but just to wrap up my point, I think this is an important point that I understand that it is a difficult task. I don't have the exact strategy or campaign agenda on how they're going to do it, but I think the end goal for them should be to some way somehow reach women and have a
No, they're not
majority
going to
female.
reach women. No, the way to do it is
All right.
for
Holy
them to do what they do, and women who are smart say, you know what, maybe I need to start doing something like that.
Yes, that is a campaign strategy to reach women. So yes, they got to figure out how to
All they need to do is
pull
keep
that
doing
off.
what they're doing. Keep getting boys out to the yard. It'll sink in for the ladies that are actually smart. It'll sink in eventually.
I know, but what you're saying, I think it will ultimately just create more content creators who want to do the same, more female content creators who want to do the same thing that bring the boys to the yard. But will it create? Will it create an audience of women who actually want to hear the message?
No. Because it's easier to be a loser than it is to be a winner. See, Roger Report. I want to give a shout out to him, to the brother. He calls himself the Roger Report. Y'all know who he is. Before I left out last week for the big Black Manosphere meetup, the historic event that changed everything, right? I think this might have been, I don't know if it was the 30th or it was the 29th. It was right the last few days of last month. And I can't remember where I heard. I don't know if it was Edward Anderson. It might have been Edward Anderson's channel. It may have been. But in any event, the Roger Report was on the panel. And his turn came up to speak. And he said something that was deeply profound. Simple, but profound. He said, everybody knows what a loser is. And it's a gendered term. It's a male who fails to launch. And he ran the litany. He said, we all know who that is. But we don't have that same language for women. And it's time that we started doing it, especially in an age where we're supposed to be equals. See, women want to be equals when it comes time to be in a winner's circle. But see, women don't want to be, equal losers. It's time that we called the women who are losers, losers. And see, there's a lot of losers among Black women. That's what they are. They're losers. Brittany Cooper is a loser with a capital L if there ever was one. She's a loser. Period. And they don't like the fact that women like a Six the Goddess. By the way, everybody knows that I don't consider Six the Goddess all that bright. Guess what? Shout out to the Professor Tom Likas. When you look like Six the Goddess, you don't need to be a brainiac. That's just the God honest truth. You look like her, you don't need to have brains. Seriously. That's just the truth.
All right,
so it's easier for these broads to go around calling other women pick-me's and all the rest of it than to do the hard work of getting their fat ass out of bed in the morning and putting in some HIIT workouts and some burpees and some Pilates and watching their weight and watching their skin and doing the things that men want than it is for them to just go around just calling everybody else pick-me's.
Little Big Nate, you got the floor, you got the mic. Thank you for your patience.
No problem. When it comes to the ladies that do their broadcasts, I mean, it is good for optics. The optics are good, especially for people who are not in the manosphere, people of other races, other communities looking at us to see that there are women promulgating our message is good optics. Mm-hmm. It is. It helps us challenge the idea that we're a bunch of misogynists, blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. So there is a benefit. There is a benefit. Okay. As a man, depending on them to give any real in-depth insight into anything, I'm not depending on that. There's a couple of women I support financially, Roxy Beckles. I think she's a, really good example of femininity.
She's another one. There you go.
Black women. Yeah. Roxy Beckles, I think, is on point. And, the gentlemen in the chat have their opinions about all these different women. At the end of the day, it's a free market, y'all. We can't control it. The only thing that controls whether or not these women are successful are the number of men that support the channel and the number of men that contribute. So if anything, you got to deal with the men. Don't trip off the women. The women are just in the free market doing what they do, And also, you can't condemn the manosphere because let's say you don't like Jessica X and she gets 500 live listeners. 500 live listeners is not the manosphere. So let's stop putting all of that on the manosphere just because some of these ladies that you may not like have some success. There are thousands, if not tens of thousands of men in this space. And, they have their audience. Don't put that on the entire manosphere. When it comes to the women, man, me personally, I'm not looking for anything, I call it rudimentary red pill, the information they give out, your basic red pill information. And another benefit, gentlemen may disagree, is that there are women that are saying, wow, so you mean to tell me if I speak the same thing these men speak, I'll get support and attention from competent Black men. I'll get money and support from successful looking Black men. I'll get all this attention from these, quote unquote, decent Black men. Wow. Maybe that is the thing to do, Will they be disingenuous with it? Will it be genuine? Probably not. But just having women sounding similar to the way we sound, I think is a benefit, especially for the people not in the space that are looking from outside of it.
Yep.
Because it helps us challenge the narrative that we're a bunch of misogynists.
Yep. Losers, incels, red with the rosy red palm and all the rest of it. Yep.
Number 16. Well, no, before we go to number 16, I see a lot of super chats in there. I'm about to get to them real soon. But Theo in the building. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Hey there. What I wanted to address was the question from the RX0, I think it is. He said in the Army we have what's called an after action review, and I wanted to just address that. So I'm in Brazil right now, and I'm currently conducting this, and I'm thinking about it, and I know a lot of things that went wrong. So it's not just what went wrong, but then, oops, oh, what the heck? What's wrong with the phones? It's not just, it's not just what went wrong, but also where is the next meeting going to be? So what's the next goal or target? And then what kind of structural reforms need to happen? And then what kind of organizational changes need to happen? So I'm thinking about this and I'm going kind of slow about it. I either think about who I'm going to be when I go there next, and then I'm trying to think about where the manosphere is going to be. So I'm listening in the background and I'm listening how people are talking, and I'm trying to formulate some sort of idea. It has to be concise. It has to deliver a message. It has to have a narrative. It just can't be like, Theo's Manosphere meetup is there. Okay, everybody just go. That's not going to happen. It has to be some sort of message and purpose. So again, I'm thinking about slow. I'm going to be on the beach this Saturday. I'm going to be sitting there, looking at the waves and thinking about it. It'll be a slow process. You'll get more details about this stuff later on. A lot of the organization which goes into going into this will start actually around the end of January, and this will be for the meetings that happen either between like May or November next year, that kind of time period. But the organization starts for it and will happen around February. So I have to think about it, plan it all out. So that's the only thing I wanted to say. You guys are making some good comments. I just wanted to come up here and talk just about that one point.
All right. I don't know. Yeah, no, definitely. Thanks, Theo. Appreciate you coming through with that. It was a comment that I said I wanted to circle back to. Was that the one that did Theo basically respond to that comment that I said, don't let me forget about? Or I can't remember what that comment was about that I said I wanted to circle back to. Well, I'll read this one real quick while I try to find that. Well, hold on. If y'all remember, let me know who it was so I can look for it. But it says, if you want the women who are bad actors to keep revealing themselves, I'm indifferent. That perspective. But largely, the men still have a lot of ground. Okay, I read that one. Somebody had a good comment. Somebody had a good comment that I do want to find it. I don't know if that was what Theo was responding to. It might have been right. Yeah, okay, that was the one. That was the one. Really, what are some of the factors you gentlemen feel you could put?
Yeah,
Okay, cool. Okay, good. Thank you, Theo. Thank you. I am glad that glad that you responded to that one. So yeah, cool. So let's see who else we got in here on the super chat side of things.
Number 16 had an interesting super chat.
Yeah, I'm trying to circle back to that one. It's coming up. If you remember what it is, you can start. Well, no, hold on. Come on. God damn, I can't find it. So, there it is. All right, there it is. He says, "Pick me's will pick your pocket, just like the rest. If you hit the family court." Not going to change behavior without changing laws, allowing bad behavior. Can't game a woman into acting right.
Well, what I would say to that, number 16, is you need to get involved in the next Black Manosphere meetup. See, this is where the rubber hits the road now. Everything changes. It's not about being a commenter anymore. It's about being a content creator. It's about being an executive producer. It's about being a producer. It's about being a doer. So that's how you feel about it. Come on with it. What you got?
And also, I talked about while I was emceeing, I said, we have to get out of the idea of can't. No disrespect to number 16, but this is the type of defeatist attitude. I can't, it doesn't register with me. Every woman is going to do this. They're all going to take you to. There's ways to fashion your agreement with a woman in a marriage that you keep out of the sanctity of the state. There's ways to fashion things to where if there is an end to the marriage, whatever's on the contract and on the paperwork is what applies. I cannot deal with defeatist thinking. I can't. I said, and Great Britain even did an upload about this, just the word can't. We have got to stop using the word can't. We have to get out of this mindset. When I hear black men talking about, well, we can't get married because the laws and they're going to take everything from, dude, I can't deal with that because that means there's nothing we can do about it. And I refuse to believe there's nothing I can do as a citizen of this country about a problem in this country. I don't accept it.
Yeah, Al Boogie said that what number 16 said had shit to do with the meetup. That's not true. It has everything to do with the meetup. It has everything to do with it. So again, I mean, look, you get no argument from me. We're going to change behavior without changing the laws. I agree. I've been saying this for years. So now we have a mechanism to do just that. So, hey, number 16, come on with it.
Yeah, I think Great Britain just said something. I'm gonna click on it in a little bit, but it's right here in front of me on my tablet. He says laws don't change mindset. You think a law will change them? There's 55-mile-per-hour signs everywhere. Does that law stop speeders? So yeah, I do. And I've spoke on this that changing laws, that's important, that matters, but
changing culture is what we have to change.
That's we got to do both, but yeah, so but changing the culture, that's you took the words right out of my mouth. That's what I always say. That's why I proudly wear the title culture warrior. There's always going to be a cultural change before the laws change. Like the government didn't just surprise everybody with passing civil rights legislation. No, it was a cultural movement to where the people pushed and fought for that direction, and then the politicians moved to what the people were doing. Like I always said, Barack Obama, yes, they bought him, they gave him some money and this or that. They lobbied and they effectively did what we're talking about trying to do. So they effectively did that. So, you know, shout out to the gays. But the fact of the matter is, Obama didn't formally announce that he supports gay marriage until the country went from switched over to being 51% in favor and 49% against. Once the culture changed, then the president of the United States said, "Hey, I'm going to lean with and rock with the culture." But he was running as a Democrat. Running as a Democrat in 2008, and when they asked him, "Do you support gay marriage?" When it was like 47% of the country supported and 53% was against, he said he basically, he didn't say this, but I interpret it as he didn't want to die on that hill, so he just leaned with and rocked with the American people and said, "No, I don't support it," and then did a bunch of and then did a bunch of word salad,
and black people supported him again.
Yeah, I don't know what that.
Because black people supposedly so against gay marriage, right? So explain how they supported him again over 90%.
Well, I don't. No.
I could address that, but
no.
I won't.
Yeah. That's. But I remember when I was back when I used to go to church. It has always been, well, with the abortion and gay marriage thing. I did a black church. I remember the pastor would always say, and this is how his conservatism was sort of popping out, but his conservatism was showing, but you know, the black church and black people in bed with the Democratic Party. He said, "Don't get caught up on that abortion or gay marriage thing. Don't be a single issue voter. There's other things that our people need that we're going to get from the Democrats. So just ignore those two little things." You know, I literally heard a black pastor at a mega church that, halfway mega church that I used to go to actually say that. So there's that right there. But yeah, I don't care to make a major point that I was trying to make. I mean, I ain't about to spend. I just brought up gay people just as an example of how the culture changes and then the laws change to reflect the change in the culture. You very rarely will see 90% of the people against something and the government say, fuck yeah, we about to do what we want to do. Normally they move to the will of the people. So that's why culture warriors are actually important. But how do we
change the culture?
Well, I think
black women to change. How do we change the culture?
Okay, I think what we're okay, I'll tell you one way that a culture changes, and we get how the laws change. We talked about that at the Black Manosphere meetup, and that's going to be part of it going forward, and that's going to be part of it going forward. The next next time around when we do this, we're going to be working on that lobbying and the whole works. But as far as changing, you're interrupting the answer to ask the question.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm focused. I'm focused, and I'm going down the road.
Okay.
Far as changing a culture, and I've always said this, that yes, I think major media platforms do have influence. What do I mean by that? And I've talked about this before. My son, he stumbled into Steven Crowder's whole little thing that he does called Change My Mind. Now, my son, a lot of his friends were very, extreme with the left. My son started watching those Steven Crowder videos, and he saw a different way of thinking. Now, I teach him how to think. I don't tell him what to think because I just didn't want to impose my views on him, but I do because I want him to think and figure stuff out for himself. So I did teach him how to critically analyze things and ask the right questions and everything. And so, and he ask insightful questions and try to find the answer. But something as simple as Steven Crowder, who's not working on any legislation, but however, like my son, he's in the band, so his band friends are very liberal. Then he has like his other friends, they're very, for lack of a better way to describe it, very conservative. They agree with a lot of things that are said on the right. The way that they got there is from looking at a lot of the information put out, not on the mainstream media, but on social media. They start reading a lot of the columns. They start looking at a lot of the videos. They start following certain people. And then when they hear that leftist purple hair social justice warriorism stuff, they know the right answer in response to it. And so it is a groundswell of young Generation Z people who look at the whole leftist SJW aspect of liberals and by extension Democrats as just an utter farce. They think it's ridiculous. They laugh in the face of it, and have the rebuttal to refute the narratives that they put out there. So I'm saying all of that to say that people like Steven Crowder and many others like him, they did put their stuff out there, and they changed the mind of a lot of 16, 17, 18, 19-year-olds who are now, getting, in position where they're going to be voters. These people get millions and millions of views, and they're affecting and changing the minds of these voters by getting on their social media platforms and changing minds. And you change minds, and you change the culture. And so, yes. So in that way, the conservatives are in that way, conservatives are
Steven Crowder generation.
No, in that way,
would he be a millennial or Generation Xer?
He may be in my category, like a older millennial. So so the point that I'm making, and damn it, I almost forgot the point now. So the point that I'm making is that yes, you can change. You change minds, you change the culture. Just simple as that.
This is what I think. I think that the real issue is, what are black men prepared to do now? See, it doesn't take anything, man, to sit in the peanut gallery and toss a few dollars on the stage. That's easy. The hard part is what Theo did, what Nate did, what you did, what John Barronville did. That's the hard part. That's what's going to take to move the needle. And I'm talking to the guys like number 16 who got so much to say. Oh, you got so much to say. And it sounds great until moving the needle really starts. And that's where we're moving to now. We're moving out of the phase of just talking trash in the peanut gallery and tossing a couple of dollars on the dresser. Now we're moving to the part where you actually have to do shit to move the needle. Now we find out who the boys are from the men. Now we know who's who. Now we know.
Well, I'll say it as simple as this. Number 16. And I didn't want to get too much into it because, like I said, some of the stuff that we talked about, we want to keep it, tight, keep our cards close to the chest and everything before we really get the ball moving on it. But yes, when it gets to the point to where we're, paying the lobbyists and everything, then yeah, right there. Yeah, I mean,
the argument
hold on, Obsidian. I'm stepping out on good faith that number 16. I'm making a point, and I'm going to make the point, and I'm going to step out on faith that number 16, who have sent me $100 super chats, that if there's a fund that we contribute to that pays for the lobbyists and pays for the events and pays for this and pays for that, I'm pretty sure the same person who sends me $100 super chats, who will also put his money where his mouth is, and even if it's just $20 a month. $20 a month that goes to that we get 1,000 people and that do that, and that's what ultimately pays for the lobbyists to change the laws in a particular state. We kind of alluded to picking a state and then going for that. But however I'm stepping out on faith. The number 16 who contributes to my platform will contribute to that. So there ain't no need to try to
But I thought we were talking about culture.
Well, you switched it back over to laws. Obsidian, we don't got to do this.
I didn't say anything about laws. I didn't say anything about that.
Okay, but if you're talking about the what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is it that you're saying that he needs to do?
The argument is about culture, and number 16 is in that same vein. Maybe he isn't.
He didn't say he was in that vein. He's just saying they're not going to change their minds unless you change the laws. And then we started talking, and then we
because we're about doing something now.
And I believe he's going to do it with us. Oh, well, Obsidian. I believe number 16 is going to do it with us. I believe he's going to do it. Yes, I believe he's going to do it. He's a member of my channel.
You believe that, but you don't know
it. I believe he's going to do it with us.
But you don't know it.
I didn't say that I knew it. I said I believe it, and so I'm not going to interrogate somebody over future of crimes that he haven't committed yet.
John was going to do something. I know that Little Big Nate is going to do something.
Listen,
I know that Big Mac Fish is going to do something. I know that Theo Papp is going to do something.
Obsidian, I'm sorry. I muted you for a brief second, Obsidian. This was the first event. It was a huge success. Going forward, I'm predicting great success, and I do think there's a lot of brothers who are going to happily jump on board with us. So I have zero interest in dick waving to them about what I did and what they didn't do. I'm just going to say, hey, come with us next
Number
time.
16 has my invitation to prove you dead wrong.
No. I'm Obsidian. I'm dapping up number 16 right now. Come with us next time, bro. That's it. We don't got a dick wave. All right.
And Omen, to be fair to number 16, or in fact anybody in the chat, Omen, one thing that is important here is the fact that even the very fact that because I know Bernard mentioned this multiple times, even the very fact that somebody is a member of the channel means they're supporting the content, which means they're supporting pushing this message out, which all of this contributes to, now I know it's not as big as lobbying and stuff like that. So, but I think I agree with Bernard 100% on, like, let's just see what people do moving forward. But even though just the very fact that he's a member alone means that he's doing something, right? Because him being a member means he's supporting Bernard. Bernard's getting the message out, right? And that helps us all, right? So I think,
but that sounds contradictory to what he just said. Because Bernard didn't say what number 16 just said. So is he really in support of the message or not?
Well, no, he's saying that unless laws are changed, pick-me's will ultimately, in the end, pick your pocket.
And we're addressing that,
right? And so going forward, when we address that between now and the next Manosphere meetup, I'm accepting on good faith that number 16, who has a problem with the laws, if he see us taking steps to do something to change the law, I think he's going to support it. Now, I'm not going to create an enemy out of number 16 by talking shit to him for him not doing something that the opportunity that I won't say the opportunity, but something that we haven't even got to the point to where it's like, hey, come do this with us. I believe he's going to do it with us. Now, if he doesn't do it with us, but he's still talking shit, and then he's proven to be guilty of what you're accusing him of. But I'm not going to make him guilty right now when he's somebody who's clearly in the business of supporting. He's just skeptical of what a woman is going to do unless she's forced by law to do it or not do it. And he's okay. It's okay with him.
What particular law does he want to see changed?
We're going. That's what we're going to address. That.
Well, let's not go down that rabbit hole.
Damn, you don't got to turn this.
But no, I do want to add some context to this though. On the politics aspect of things, right? I do think it's important that we focus all of our energy entirely on the men, specifically Black men, when it comes to the politics. And the reason I say this, not that we had any other agenda, but I just want to make this clear because I think, personally speaking, my view when it comes to politics is that Black women, the Black female base is a lost cause when it comes to politics, because they vote purely on symbolism. So if we focus on, making sure that, we support the Black men and we push the Black men in a certain direction, policy-wise, not necessarily party-wise or any type of group, just in terms of the policies that are beneficial to Black men, I think that's the best path forward, in my opinion. Focusing entirely on what policies do we need in our favor, and and how do we get there, and how do we get the Black male voter base like motivated enough to actually go out there and fight for those things or join the cause, etc. I just think trying to involve women, especially Black women, into this in any way is a waste of time. And that's just my perspective on that.
Queen Q has a very interesting comment, Bernard. I don't know if you saw it, but she has a very interesting comment. She pretty much nails what I'm talking about, and the irony of the person making the statement is not lost on me.
Okay, I'm reading what she's saying. She says what Obsidian is trying to say is stop waiting on other people to start it and do it yourself. Get the ball rolling yourself if you want legislation you need to start that. And I understand what she is saying, but here we are. We got organization now. We got men, a lot of men with money, and we're organizing. So all I'm saying to number 16 is, hey, come help out and participate with the organization. Everybody, only a small percentage of people start organizations, and so his role may be just to help out, just to participate in it. So I'm not about to just sit there and say you need to start it, you need to start it when we basically got the framework and infrastructure here. No, the we that need to start it is us right here, right here. And so I'm telling him to come with us. Something that I haven't done yet. I'm not about to yell at number 16 and say, you need to do it, you need to do it, when we already, like, we got the best vehicle to do it right now. So all I'm saying, so that way it's an easier conversation. I'm just saying, hey, number 16, I see what you're saying right there. We got the vehicle to get this done. Come get in our car. Come just hop in with us. That's a much easier conversation than just talking shit to him. I'm just saying, come get in the car with us. Now, if you don't want to get in the car and he's still talking shit, okay, now he's exposed.
But can I
go ahead, little big Nate?
Can I chime in? The only thing I take issue with number 16 is the belief that it's already a foregone conclusion that every single woman's going to pick your pockets. Look, the reason women in the Middle East and in Amish culture and in Sikh culture behave is because of the culture. Okay. So we're not going to change Black America's culture. We can establish a culture among this group of like-minded men. And in order to be a part of this group of men, you have to believe that we can bring about whatever reality we choose. It's very dangerous to come to this group of men saying what can't be done or how these women aren't going to do this. The only women that are going to be given consideration are the women that want to be under proper men's leadership. Ain't nobody talking about changing the masses of anybody. I said on my show, it might be 2% of, if my show is successful and I can get my message across, I might affect 2% of American women, let's say 2%. And you may say, well, what's 2%? Well, that's 3.6 million women. That's enough women to start whatever you choose to start. So let's stop worrying about if we're going to change the masses of anything. All we need to do is establish our rules, our protocols, our regulations among our community of people and make sure it's carried out. And anybody that wants to be a part of it has to understand that. You can't bring I can't, we can't, it won't change into this sphere. It's just not going to work. Because again, we are like-minded men. We believe we can accomplish whatever we're going to put our minds to. There were all sorts of doing saying this could never happen because niggas are going to fight. And we had none of that. Literally not one bit of acrimony, not one bit, because we were a group of like-minded men. So gentlemen, make adjustments to how you feel about things if you plan on working with us.
So I want to ask number 16 a question. So it seems like he has concerns surrounding divorce. He doesn't want to get divorced. Okay, that's fair. What law would you want to see be changed around divorce, number 16? Specifically. That's what I want to know. It would be nice if you come up on the panel and articulate it yourself, but it's pretty clear you're not going to do that. Okay, fair enough. So what specific divorce law do you want to see that would prevent a woman divorcing you?
Can we drop the link for number 16 to see if he actually wants to come up?
Yeah. I mean,
no fault would be huge. Getting rid of no fault.
Yeah, no fault, automatic 50-50 custody of the kids. And
that's with regard to divorce. He's saying he doesn't want to get divorced, so the 50-50 custody becomes moot.
Well, that's part of hold on. That's part of the that's part of the problem, though. I mean, one thing is to use the word byproduct. One thing is a byproduct of the other. Once the divorce happens, then you're going to be screwed by you're going to be screwed by the I mean, that was where I got screwed at. I mean, the separation between me and her, that was I could sleep. That was fine. It was the byproduct that was the problem, and that was the custody issue with the kids. So they go hand in hand. So So yeah, so what Lil Big Nate said about no fault divorce, and my biggest one, yes, I would definitely fight for was a couple things, and this isn't necessarily divorce at all, but we talked about, mandatory DNA tests at the birth of the baby to confirm who the father is. That should be 100% mandatory, no matter what. And
do you know why
once that's established, then it should be automatic 50-50 custody, 1 week on, 1 week off, unless one parent who doesn't want it. And
you know why I said that?
throw in no fault divorce. Yeah, and I think that would be I think those are definitely good things. Definitely good things to fight for. Real quick, Obsidian, hold your thought. Snuggles in the building. He says you still need women like those that you think are wretched because of their background. They have a very unique skill set that needs to be heard. I hope you're trolling. Shout out to Great Britain. And hey, I took care of that. Hoop Dark. See, I don't be knowing on StreamYard. I can't see who got a wrench and who don't, but I didn't know Hoop Jargon didn't have a wrench, but I just wrenched him up. So thank you for that, Great Britain. I didn't click on it until now, but I saw it in the chat earlier and I took action. So yeah, shout out to you. Great Britain comes back again. He says laws don't change mindset. You think the law will change them? There, yeah, okay. I read that one. Shout out to you. Number 16. So instead of looking at the laws that cause the issues we deal with, it's a debate over whether or not the laws okay, well, I'm just going to read it. Looking at the laws that cause the issues that we deal with and trying to change them, just submit yourself to the fire for what? See, I don't think nobody is saying that. That's where I got to disagree with you. Nobody is saying the laws are messed up, the women are messed up, go marry them anyway. That's not an acceptable. That's not an acceptable argument. Black Wolf Inc. in the building. He says the American system is designed to create and change laws. Yes, absolutely, that's very true. If you want to change the laws, then run for office. Well, you don't have to run for office in order to do it, but there's ways. There's ways to get things done. Number 16 back in here said if women wanted to get married in mass and stay married, they would be. Stop with the hopium and focus on getting laws changed. Okay, so he's about getting laws changed. That's why hold on, wait. That's why I think my position on him is correct.
Okay.
With the current laws, he has a huge distrust of women. Okay. So he why are you Obsidian?
Hey.
No, it's not okay. No, it's not okay because I'm still making my point. Come on, oh man.
We get it. He doesn't want to marry women because he doesn't trust them until the laws are changed. I got it. So I just want to be clear about this. Number 16, you are a bachelor today, never married because the laws are jacked up. Do I understand that right? I just want to make sure I got that right.
I think that is correct. Let's just assume that's correct and move forward.
I don't want to assume anything.
Okay. So I'm just gonna, you don't want to assume anything. I'm gonna assume that that's the case. So if we're working to change laws to help and benefit men, so only thing I'm asking is that if you agree with us and if you're like-minded in regard to that, and you seem to be clearly like-minded and that you would like to see laws change, so then I tend to believe you would get in the car and ride with us in the direction that we're going. That's so, and right there for me is done. Now, if he chooses not to get in the car and still complain, then he's just exposed as just an irritant and what is the word? An anarchist who just want to talk shit and just watch the world burn. Just watch the world burn. He will expose himself as the Joker in the Dark Knight once we start doing stuff, and then he doesn't support it but still talks a bunch of shit. So that's where I'm at with it. But Obsidian, I gotta call it. This is clearly personal what you're doing with number 16 here.
Well, it's personal with me. He's the one that starts it.
Okay,
I ain't thinking about number 16 till you start talking trash about me. Don't get mad at me when I return fire.
Okay, that's fair because number 16 do be talking junk about you. I didn't see him talk junk today, but y'all do have history to understand that. But I don't want to let the history muddy the waters of the arguments and the importance of what we're ultimately talking about here today. That's why I don't want to even go.
As far as politics goes, and because this is what we're talking about now. We're talking about laws of politics. So as far as laws and politics goes, we can throw culture out the window. As far as politics and laws start, now you need money, and it ain't going to be no $5 or $10 or $100 super chats. You're talking about tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's how that political game works. So I welcome number 16 at the executive planning sessions.
I mean, truthfully, 1,000 men.
No. I said him. 1,000 other men didn't say anything about this.
Oh no. Yes. No. Okay. So yeah, we're on the same page. You just invited him to get in the car and come on. So yeah, we were on the same page then.
Bring your checkbook.
Nothing else need to be said.
And bring your checkbook.
Yes.
Yeah.
And all right.
You won't need it.
All right, Freeman's Journal in the building. He says Obama was always in favor of gay marriage. Yep, I agree. He just was waiting on the culture to change. Obama was openly for gay marriage after he was reelected. Black folks, real God is a Democratic Party. Well, I think he became openly against it. Like I said, once it got 51% of the country in favor, 49 against, Obama just moved with the culture, just moved with the American people, just slid right on with them. Car designer Chris in the building says the more men who become high earners and don't see black women as wives, the more likely black women will try to fit the idea of a marriage-minded woman. All right.
I don't know about that.
I think a lot of them gonna stand in it. I think a lot of them gonna stand in it, but we'll see. We'll see. At the end of the day.
And if I could, the real story on Obama and gay marriage is, when he was a state senator back in the late 90s, he was for it. When he ran against Alan Keyes for the Senate, he was against it. He won in the Senate and then became for it again. That's actually what happened with Obama and gay marriage. But
when did he become for it? You said while he was in the Senate?
No. When he was a state senator back in like 98, 99, he was for it. He had come out for it. When he ran against Alan Keyes for the U.S. Senate, like in 06 in Illinois, in 06 in Illinois, he was against it because Alan Keyes was so against it. If you know anything about Alan Keyes, yeah. And
so
then
by the time he was running for president in 2008, he was standing in his position
against it, and then came out for it. Yes.
So you just added more details to essentially what I was saying, where I deep down I knew he was always for it.
Yes.
He was just politically moving. He was politically positioning himself, and when it became comfortable to be publicly for it, he became publicly for it and endorsed it. But when it wasn't comfortable, he was against it. Yeah, it was a political move all day.
I think Obama is I think he's just an opportunist. I think he's just a opportunist politician. I don't think we know whether he's for it or against it, quite frankly. I think Obama just did whatever would work for him strategically at the point in time that he was running.
And
I think in his heart,
and that's different from other politicians. How now?
I'm not saying it's different. I'm not saying it's different. I'm just saying that's what he was doing. Like I'm saying, whether he was for it or not, that's not. I don't think we actually know whether he's for it or not.
And that's an important detail. Why?
It's an important detail if we're saying like, okay, he was always for gay marriage. Trying to put him on that side of things, or saying he was against it. I'm saying essentially what I'm saying is it doesn't actually matter because Obama is just not tuning. So whatever he did was just because it benefited.
Again, it's an important detail for us at this juncture in this point in time. Why?
It organically came up in conversation, and we organically gave our thoughts to it. Obsidian.
I mean, my point is that it seems to me that we are far.
Why are you doing this?
It seems to me.
Why are you fucking with us? Obsidian.
This is the thing with me. This is the thing with me.
Can we just have a come to Jesus talk right now, Obsidian?
It seems to me.
Why are you fucking with us?
It seems to me that we are far too idealistic and far too moralistic for our own good. For example, let's tack back a bit to the whole notion of women in the manosphere. Who cares? What does that have to do with the ultimate goal? I don't give a shit if Six the Goddess talks Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. I want that broad here because she serves a bigger purpose here. I don't care. She serves a bigger purpose here. As Little Big Nate rightly pointed out, Melanie King, Danica Marie, Courtney Michelle, and whoever else, I want them in the picture because it's good optics. I don't care if they really are true believers or not. Who gives a shit? Who cares? I'll tell you who cares. The average at best loser guys care. They do. People that are successful don't go running around talking about, oh, true love. They don't say that shit. You know who talks that? The average at best people. Because that's all they have.
F Holiday in the building. Shook their brother hand at the Manosphere Meetup. Shout out to him. Says prototypes are rarely resemble the final model. This event was one hell of a prototype. Patience and perseverance. I mean, yeah, I don't even view it as that. I mean, it was a full-blown successful event. I don't even view it as some, oh, this little thing that we did that it's going to get better. I mean, no, it is going to get better. It's no doubt going to get better, but man, this was great. Like if somebody told me that what would happen at the event just last weekend, if somebody were to tell me that I don't know, that's what the third or fourth one would look like, I would be like, good. But for that to be the first one, that was amazing. Number 16 in the building, he says, Bernard, you're cool, JB. Okay, cool. I don't even know what that that SYD mean. But all right. Pablo Fresco Bar in the building. He says, I would like to nominate myself social events coordinator for the next event. Okay. All right. Well,
yes.
Right on.
Yes. Pablo, listen, Pablo. Yes, I am absolutely co-signing that one. And I'm absolutely endorsing that. Pablo is excellent. Yeah.
Right on, good. And I didn't take full advantage of it. Like I said, when we did go out to dinner when we first got there, Pablo covered my tab on everything. He was a great host. You know, he took responsibility of us being in his city. So he did definitely want to make sure that he could do whatever he could to make sure everybody was having as good of a time as they possibly could. I didn't take full advantage of it. I didn't go to the cigar lounge because I was kind of being a punk. But yeah, shout out to Pablo. Definitely shout out to Pablo.
I'm glad to see Reg the bad guy has showed up. He said Black Obsidian wants black women at the next meetup. No, I didn't say anything of the sort. But I will say this, Reg. I mean, it's interesting that you want to pass judgment on how I look when it's clear that you look like you ain't hit a gym in like years. I mean, you don't even have a well-defined jawline or face, man. It's all puffy from drinking all those beers. Come on, man. Stop it.
And shout out to Reg the bad guy posted a picture of young Reg, the not so bad guy. He looked like he was I don't know how old he was in that picture, but in that young picture, Reg looked like a happy, hopeful guy with lots of potential. I mean,
and now look at him. He looks like a sad sack of a man. Look at him now.
Jesus.
He looks like a sad sack of a man.
Hey, shout out to Reg, man. That was EA. He looked just full of life in that picture, man.
If I could chime in real quick.
Hold
on,
real quick.
I'm about to have to jump off.
Okay, go ahead.
What I'm gonna have to figure out is, and I'll put this out in the public, all right? Because people have emailed me and texted me and asked me questions and stuff. So O'Shea has publicly declared that he is coming to the next Manosphere meetup. About a week and a half ago, he was broadcasting. I came into his chat. I said, salute chat, salute O'Shea. And O'Shea addressed me, said, man, I'm not able to come to this one. I'm coming to the next Manosphere meetup. Okay, cool. And I'm getting an idea that there are other folks that want to be a part of the Manosphere meetup now that it's, established itself. It's been successful. It wasn't about no nonsense. And, gentlemen, are going to have to figure out, are they willing to put aside issues and conflicts, because I would love to have, all the large name content creators. And there's ways around it. I'm already thinking how we can strategically, have a day where certain gentlemen appear, have another day where other gentlemen appear. There's ways around it if, hatchets cannot be buried. But for us to be able to move forward with a larger group of men, especially when it comes to the content creators, gentlemen are going to have to ask themselves, can they put aside the issues they might have had? because you know that there are some serious issues between certain gentlemen. You know, there's certain historical issues that you know every now and again arise up. But I just want to put out there publicly, I would love to have, you know, as far as the content creators go, content creators who genuinely care about the space but have their issues with each other. And you know, gentlemen are going to have to decide, can they put aside these issues, you know, for the greater good, you know. And we have almost a year to see if that can be done. So be thinking about that. But man, I gotta bounce, bro.
All right, little big Nate, thanks for coming up. I didn't know that you were going to. I mean, I'm so glad you did. I didn't know that you were
No problem.
going to be on the show today. You de facto turned into the featured guest almost. But yeah, but I definitely appreciate you and all the work you did with getting that event together, man. Thank you.
No problem, bro.
I
appreciate it. I'll be broadcasting tonight. Also, be on the lookout for the thumbnail. It's coming.
Yeah, look, I know YouTube don't rock with Lil Big Nate. I'm going to share it in my community tab. If you see it, go over there and show him some love. Y'all showed me so much love today on the super chats. I'm overwhelmed. YouTube don't like Lil Big Nate. His super chat button is broke down. Please go watch
Cash App, baby.
Hit that Cash App, support the brother,
and I'll call you out in the whole nine. You're gonna love it. Just
yeah, the Manosphere meetup would not have happened if it wasn't for him, Little Big Nate with the Little Big channel that got it done. Shout out to Little Big Nate. All right,
gentlemen, I appreciate it. Obsidian, JB, salute, gentlemen. Talk to you.
All right, Kareem W in the building. He says, so happy for y'all brothers. Y'all brother putting together. Shout out to Manosphere. All right, I'm getting tired now.
So, Bernard, I have a question and a proposition.
All right, well, hold on real quick. Hold on to it for a second. Freeman's in on the building. He says, slow down the chat, Bernard Rowley. I mean, you don't got to slow down the chat when it's 300 people. At least I don't think, you know, typically you don't. You know, that's when you're getting 700 to 1,000, and at least 1,000, that's when you probably gotta slow something down.
It's not about the number of people. It's about how quickly a bunch of people are typing. So that's
true. They probably in the building. He said didn't mean to. Did I already read that? Okay, yeah, I did read that one.
Reg the Bad Guy has another comment. He says, I've been nice to you lately, Obsidian, and you do want black women at the next meetup. Well, I mean, having black women at the next meetup will be a big improvement over having you there. I mean, seriously, what do you offer? At least the lovely ladies have something that's good to look at. I can see them coming and going. What's good about you coming and going?
Don't Reg play the guitar?
He does?
I don't know. I thought I heard somebody say that. Or were they making like a? Were they making a Darius Rucker joke? Do he actually play?
What does he do? Does he play a banjo out there on Sunset Boulevard? Or what's the deal?
I don't know. I don't know. I just could see him coming there and getting on stage and playing the Hootie and the Blowfish, you know. I only want to be with you. Play that on stage with a guitar. Like that would be worth Reg being there. I pay for him to come if he's going to perform a Darius Rucker song on stage. I'll pay for him to come. Yeah, see, he do play the guitar. See, okay, so good. So you got the guitar, and he could play. He could sing the Hootie and the Blowfish song on stage. I support that. Hopefully I approve. I approve that message.
Or other rotten vegetables.
I send 200 to his Cash App if he if he get his guitar and do that whole song. I only want to be with you. The Hootie and the Blowfish. I got 200 on it.
Yeah.
Shout out to Reg. Yeah, I need to. Well, okay, I won't say I need to drop you. I mean, drop you a beef. It's not a beef, but Reg is one of your, no doubt one of your critics. But Reg is funny as hell to me. You one of those people that's funny without trying to. You don't even try to be funny, but he cracking me the hell up.
How so? Or maybe you just have an odd sense of humor.
No, well, Reg has a way of you know, I don't know. It just be funny. I can't explain it. You just be like,
well, he does have a fertile. I will say this for Reg and his cohorts. They do have a very fertile imagination because they can make up all kinds of stuff about stuff. They don't know anything about it, but that doesn't stop them from making up stuff. I mean, fantastical stories and all kinds of tales to astonish. I give them that.
Let Reg the bad guy live. Let him live. even though he would fall into a category, I guess, a category of somebody who was a hater of the event. He would fall in that category, but I don't know. I'm not bothered. Well, I'm not bothered.
I'm just taken aback by the whole idea that somehow I'm out of shape when the guy who's doing all the talking is sitting there drinking Thor style size steins of beer, and clearly he ain't working it off. I mean, you can see all the puffiness in his face alone. God knows what his midsection looks like. I mean, come on, really?
All right, I gotta take a phone call. JB, I need you to monitor Obsidian and make sure he don't start a whole fight with nobody. But I gotta step away for a second.
All right, so well, I guess I might as well just ask my question. I kind of wanted Bernard to chip in here, but basically the question I had was, is there really like I just can't see that. I don't see any beef that serious that anybody has in the Manosphere. Like unless it involves like anything that got physical or where if we have a group of men, if we as a group of men could unite within the space, whether or not doesn't mean that you have to be buddies with somebody that you had quote unquote beef with, right? Doesn't mean you guys have to become buddies or anything, but if we can at least unite politically for a common goal, I would think that would be a much the bigger picture would be way more important than whatever silly comment somebody may have made or video they may have made on you or something like that, right? Because I think the end goal benefits us all. At least that's how I see it. So I was just kind of wondering if is it really that bad that we couldn't get okay, so maybe I'm not articulating myself properly here, but think about it like this, right? Like if we had, let's say we had even the Fresh and Fits of the world, right? I know not everybody's a fan of Fresh and Fit here. I've made my own criticisms of them, right? But they are a big segment of they do have a big segment of men and black men in this space, right? And then you have the Donovan Sharps, you have Ramil, you have you have KS, you have O'Shea, you have all these brothers, and I know there's beefs between some of these guys that I just mentioned, right? But is it really that bad that there's not a world where all of these men could still get together under the same roof just for the common goal, even if it means, hey, you don't even have to shake hands, right? Like I don't have to shake hands, but we're just working together for this common political goal that will serve us all.
No. It's never been that way. It will never be that way. That was what didn't you hear what Lil Big Nate talked about? The entire theme of the conference is men of like mind. That's the reason why you had minimal fitna there. I know black people like the romantic notion of all black people getting together and joining hands and singing kumbaya. That's not going to work. It's not.
I'm not saying kumbaya. I'm not saying kumbaya.
JB, you're trying to turn the next event into the source. Into the not the Source Awards, but what's the rap awards show? Is that the Source? No, I forgot which one.
BET.
Well, no, not BET. The one when Suge Knight with Snoop was on.
That was Source Awards.
Oh yeah, okay, the Source Awards. Yeah, when Snoop was on stage with the baseball bat, East Coast ain't got no love for Dr. Dre and Snoop, and then Suge Knight got up there and talking about the producer dancing in the video, all trying to steal the shine. Come to death row. It's gonna be stuff like that going on, and then somebody gonna get jumped.
No, Bernard, I'm not talking about the next event. Bernard, okay. I'm not talking about the next event. I'm more so talking again. I'm saying politically, right? So let me give you an example, right? I think if you were able to go to let's say we pick Georgia, right? If you were able to go to a politician and say, hey, look at this large base of black men that we have, mostly conservative black men that we have, and here's the thing that we need, right? And we have this large base of men who we can basically influence them to um, vote for you and support you if you support this policy, and if we can hold you accountable for that, right? That's way more powerful than if we have just a few men, right? And so what I'm saying is, if we could at least unite for the political goal. I'm not saying we have to get under one roof for the
I think I
next
got you.
event.
I think I got you. Form the political organization, and even though there are people in separate walks of this manosphere thing, that no, no, hold on. And remember, we just talked about the the can do attitude and talking about what we can't do, but we're not going to try to do something if it's going to jeopardize the framework and foundation of an organization. So let's just say if some conservative, if the conservative organization has got off the ground, yes, there's people from different walks of life in the manosphere. They can't agree on some things, but they do agree on the political agenda of this particular organization. Only thing we need, I mean, signature and dues. If we can just get that from you, if that's something that you'll be with. So like you said, JB, you could say, look, we have thousands upon thousands of black men who believe this, and they're connected to these media platforms that can influence, that could push this, that could then it could be a situation where, you know, where we got the base where they come to us and like, okay, well, what do y'all want? Well, we want this. Okay, well, if we want to get that, okay, then you know, then the political game is being played right. You know, you can get our endorsement if you're going to do this. We got your endorsement, and we got the ear of black men, the hearts and minds of black men, to where we could tip the scale to where if you just need a 10-15% bump in black male voters to your side, if that will steal you the election, we could probably, you know, we can tip that scale, but we need this. You know, so I understand what you're saying. So with somebody who disagrees with some aspects of this person and some aspects of that person, if they all bare minimum can just be in solitude in terms of just, you know, the political agenda, not meeting up, catching a flight and doing work together, but just being on the same page in terms of the political agenda, what it's for, whether or not there's dues or this or that, you know, if somebody could just be on that, then yes, I do think that's possible. But as far as organized meetups like what we just did, no, I do think that's a much tougher hurdle to get
And
people.
the funny thing, Bernard, is that this is what other groups do. Like even if you look at this business wise, right? You'll see some of the biggest like rivals business wise, like legitimate rivals, right? Like they actually, are in competition, legit competition with each other. When it comes to the politics side of things, they have no problem putting
So
their
true.
differences aside, statements they may have said about each other. When it
What
comes to the
color?
politics, they will put their money together,
What
right?
color?
And they will get together. Hold on, Obsidian. They'll get together because they understand that the end result, whether it's policy wise, whether it's influence wise, the end result benefits them both, right?
What color
And so
are they?
I would hope that black men are smarter than this, than
What
to
color
than,
are they?
than to let hold up, oh man, than to let the stupid beefs,
What
right,
color are they?
prevent us from making change, from
What
making
color
it.
are they?
I
So
said
any
other
of these
groups.
people you're talking about are black.
I said other groups of cities.
Okay.
So
So you have your answer. You see, what you're dealing with is a different animal. And yes, this occurs politically too. If you think this is something among the laity, if you will, of black folk, think again. You haven't seen difficult, you haven't seen rapacious until you see infighting among black politicians. Take any matter of fact, right in Bernard's home state, take Detroit. You want to see some vicious infighting, black folk on black folk? Start right there. The Coleman Young era. Case in point. You want another case in point.
Do you
New York.
believe, Obsidian, do you believe in building an organization that does not operate like that?
I believe that that's possible theoretically, but do I think it's possible in reality? No, I don't. I think Lil
All right,
Big
then
model is accurate.
I think he was more or less damn near describing.
No.
Okay, all right. He's adding in, can there be people? See, if only thing, okay, The only difference in what Little Big Nate and JB is saying, I think they're saying the same thing. The only added difference is for the people who can't get along, can we just get your signature?
No.
Okay, and then okay, then fine. If you don't think that they'll submit their signature, I think, you know. So okay, that's sure.
See, I know, but I just
Whatever.
I was asking the question, but I actually really I feel that I disagree with Oman on this, because I refuse to believe that because I don't think we've had the opportunity yet to see this, to actually see this happen, right? Like I refuse to believe that black men would not be smart enough that if we actually had a situation, okay, where we could say, listen, this is not about you guys becoming friends. You guys don't even need to shake hands, but here we have something here that could actually politically end up benefiting us all. I refuse to believe that black men are not smart enough to understand that the best move is for us to actually get together on that front, right? The same way every other group does it, right? Just to get some shit done. Like I just refuse to believe that. Maybe this is naive of me to believe that.
No,
maybe
it's
this
not.
is
It's not naive of you, and we shouldn't even be taking any steps. We shouldn't be having a Manosphere meetup. We shouldn't be doing nothing. We shouldn't be talking about any type of political organizing. We shouldn't be talking about none of that shit if we don't believe it will actually work and succeed. So no, you're nothing. It's not nothing wrong with what you're saying. What you're
But
saying is
that goes
absolutely.
against what Lil Big Nate has been saying all along.
It does. Okay, Little Big Nate is saying as far as a meetup, as far as a Manosphere meetup,
And the
yes,
political agenda
like-minded.
arises out of that.
I'm sorry, what's that?
The political agenda arises out of that. It's an extension of that.
Well, obviously, if somebody disagrees politically, let's just say they're extremely liberal, then they're going to disagree with the political agenda,
And
and
the
then they're
majority of
useless.
black men vote Democrat.
I know, and then those black men are ultimately useless to us if they're staunch down Democrats. So I don't think JB, were you saying let's get Democrats?
No, I'm talking. It wouldn't even matter for them, right? We're talking about, again. That's why I'm saying if we have not had the situation yet, that's why I refuse to believe it. But I'm saying if we have a situation where we have something that we can actually do, whether some level,
Well, hold on, let me ask you. Hold on, wait, JB, this is important. Wait a minute, JB, this is important. Are you saying that there are some men there's some black men who are Democrats? They vote Democrat. Some of them vote Democrat and have thought of it. Some of them vote Democrat and really haven't thought of it. Are you saying that if there was a black male-led organization that was fighting to get the law changed, and let's just say Atlanta, to make it to where there's a mandatory DNA test after every child is born and automatic 50-50 custody once the birth of the lineage is determined. Are you saying that there's some starch down Democrats that even though they vote Democrat, some of them just out of habit, or some of them just because they were told? Are you saying that they wouldn't look at that and say, "Oh man, that's awesome"? Oh wait, these guys are conservative. No, I'm not gonna put my name on a list. I'm not gonna sign a petition. I'm not gonna support this. Are you saying that you? I mean, because if it comes down to that, I think that is how ultimately you can change laws and culture, because if they see this thing that will benefit them, this form of politics that actually is fighting for them and not fighting for basically the liberal cause that they're doing for everything that they're doing for black people, they're ultimately it's about black women. I'm sorry, what's that?
How is politics done successfully in the United States?
That's a broad question, so go ahead and answer it.
But the way that I just described it, man, that's what every other group does. No. Literally, like that's what every other group does, which is they unite under policy.
Let's let Obsidian answer. Let's let Obsidian answer his broad question.
The way that politics is done in the United States is by playing to your base.
Okay.
That means the people that are on board with what you're doing. You don't try to reach out to the middle until you won.
Okay.
That's but that's the point, though. That's the point. What I think that's the point I was making, is that's why I'm saying, because we have not had that scenario yet, right? Like we have not had that scenario yet. So hold up.
Wait, stop. Obsidian said we have had that scenario. Go ahead. How have we had it? Where have we had it?
We had it in the past few election cycles, man.
Explain.
The Republican Party has been reaching out trying to get black male votes for I don't know how long, man.
I think they bumped it up a little bit this time around, right?
A little bit, exactly. You play to the base. That's how it's done.
That's
what white people do. White people, white Republicans don't reach out to the left.
You're proving my point, Obsidian. You're literally proving my point. That's the entirety of my point is that if we make this a policy driven thing, I don't even care about parties, Republican, Democrat, policy driven. Obviously, most of these policies are conservative.
That does matter. But that does matter. It matters because black people.
Oh man, you gotta finish it out. Oh man, you gotta finish.
But black.
Oh man, you gotta finish it.
Democrat.
Man, you gotta finish it out. You gotta.
All right, go ahead and finish.
Oh man,
let JB finish.
It does matter.
Let JB
Most
finish.
black men vote Democrat. That's a fact.
No, okay, JB, go ahead and finish.
No one's debating that, man. I'm literally not debating that point with you. So I'm not sure why you're even saying that. I know most black men vote Democrat. I'm making a different point. I am saying that if we shifted where we're not thinking about parties, like trying to,
black people are very
go
much
to the Republican Party or Democrat
black
Party.
People are very much party oriented. Black people are very much party oriented.
Obsidian. Right, you said Obsidian.
You're not going to do that.
Wait a minute, Obsidian. Wait, stop.
You got to play to your base.
Obsidian. You said black people are very much party oriented.
Yeah.
We heard you. So you don't have to keep.
So there's no need. There's no need to try to appeal to black men on an issue. They're going to look at that issue and decide.
You don't have to repeatedly interrupt JB and say that black people are very much party oriented. You have to do that.
You still haven't let me get my point out.
Do that.
You still haven't let me get my point out.
Yeah, it's like this is not the time to do the derailing Obsidian. This ain't the time to do the Obsidian thing right now. Not on this stream. Like, come on, let's not do that.
And the thing is, I'm not even like I'm in full agreement with Obsidian on this. It's fact, so I'm not even disagreeing with that. That's why. So my point is that again, I'm making a specific point. So let me make my point. I'm saying that if we shift in terms of us here and what we're trying to do, if we focus on policies, right, and we say, okay, here are the specific set of policies, right, then we find the right politicians, the right political organizations to target. I refuse to believe that if we then came back and with an actual action plan, right, just like every other group does, come back with an action plan on here's the steps we're going to take and present it to these group of men and say, listen, here's this policy, here's how it affects you, right, and here's how it affects us all, despite whatever differences you guys may have internally. Can we work together, right, to push this forward?
I'll say this, and I'll say this. Hold on, wait. I'll say this. I'll say this. Hold on, wait, real quick, JB.
I refuse to believe.
JB. Hold on a second. I'll say this. There are some black men who have traditionally voted Democrat out of just utter and absolute habit. Now, I don't like the way that Trump tried to get black male support by saying, look, I got this guy out of jail. I'll get you out of jail too. You know, that was real not right.
But did it work?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing with that. I know there are some black men who did vote for Trump because of that reason. So when it comes to getting a vote, when it comes to getting people to vote based on an issue, I think some of them did vote for a different party because of that. They did vote for the Republican Party because of that. So if there's an important issue on the table, some people will vote different if there's an important issue on the table. But when it comes to the core and the foundational aspects of the organization, that's the part that has to stay locked tight. And so it's not about opening the floodgates, let everybody in under the tent. But in order to move the needle, if the issue that's on the table is so solid of an issue to where, yeah, I do think some men who vote Democrat out of habit will vote the other way if they have to do it. And sometimes we do see that where somebody may vote for, and it's crazy how it happens sometimes. Somebody may vote for a Republican senator or a Democratic senator, but it's one specific thing out there that sort of goes against what the party that they voted for actually want. I can't think of the specific example, but there may be a side issue on the table that they will end up voting a certain way on. I think it happened in my state. It was related to it's something that had to do with affirmative action, where there was people who voted Democrat, but they didn't vote with this affirmative action switch up, and black people made a big deal about it. They was like, see, they're really racist. Even though they voted Democrat, they voted with them Republicans when it came to affirmative action. So there are people who will vote to change, appeal, or something with a particular law. Even if they don't change their party, they may vote for a particular law change or appeal or something that they really like. That's possible, and it happens. And I think that's what JB is speaking to. And either way it go, now it's not the time to say, all right, go ahead, Game Changer. Game Changer.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't want to really be a part of the political discussion, but I just want to say, hey, I'm glad that it was a success. I wish I was there. As I was telling Keith in the thing, I was in Texas. I was in Texas the week before, and then I flew back to California, and that would have been like another flight to Atlanta, then back to California. And I would have been, I took 2 trips in November, so it was a bit much for me. Keep in mind, I'd be traveling the furthest to get there. But I'm glad that it was a great build. Wish I was there. And yeah, congratulations to you, brothers.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, wish you could have been there as well. We was at breakfast and we were having a discussion like about just spitballing. Nate asked those thoughtful questions. He was like, "Who would you if you could pick 2 people to be speakers at the next one?" People was throwing out names here and there, but yeah, your name came up. Your name came up as one of the people that a lot of people would like to see, on the official guest list, to not just be there, but even have the mic in your hand. So yeah, so definitely thank you and appreciate you. Coming up.
Yeah, I heard you had AWS talk, and yeah, I definitely want to get in on that.
Yeah,
I definitely have to sharpen my skills because they didn't have that when I was at university. So I do have to update that particular area, cloud development.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. All right, we are, holy shit, almost 5 hours in. This wasn't supposed to be no marathon.
I did want to respond quickly to Reg. He says he's in better shape than me any day of the week. Not with that kind of fat neck you are, Reg. I mean, Reg, you literally have a fat neck. I mean, like fat back. It's like a ring of fat back around your neck.
All right, we're gonna
How's
go.
It possible to be more fit than me with a fat neck?
All right, we're gonna go to.
Wait. Why did you say that just now, Obsidian?
It's history.
Long story.
Yeah, they had stuff going on, but all right, JB, I'm assuming, Game Changer, I'm assuming you said what you came to say.
Yeah.
Obsidian, I don't know if we're gonna take your fat back neck comment to Reg the bad guy. Were those your final words?
Yes.
Okay, you want to leave us with that? Okay, cool. Go ahead, JB. Your final words, and we getting the hell up out of here.
My final words. It was once again, it was great. Shout out to Lil Big Nate. Shout out to Theo. And just everybody that came out. Shout out to Old Man. Shout out to Minister Jap. This was a successful event. I'm really glad I went. I'm really glad I got to meet all these brothers. I got to chop it up with y'all. Got to turn up with y'all. I got to see Sir Tice drunk. Listen, y'all missed out. You missed out, Bernard. So anyway, this was dope, and I'm looking forward to just where all of this leads us. And I'm especially excited, actually. Despite the back and forth here, I'm actually especially excited about the political side of things, because as much as a lot of this stuff is informational and we discussions and stuff like that, I've said this before. My main concern every day of my life is acquiring power and maintaining power. That's literally what I concern myself with. Well, first resources and then power. But and so a big part of how you acquire power is through politics, whether you like it or not. You can't avoid it. So I love that direction that we're that we intend on taking this. Some folks may not get it, but I would hope, again, for my last statement, I would hope that the black men in this space are smart enough to understand how important it is for us to at least be able to work together on that front. We don't have to like each other, but at least on that front, if something's going to benefit us, that's how every other group is able to have whatever level of influence that they have. So I would hope that that's big enough for brothers to understand how important it is for us to at least be able to work together on that. And as a final point, I'm down to contribute in whatever way possible. Um, physically, financially, whatever. So yeah, I'm excited, man.
All right. And with that said, we are about to get out of here because I am, time to go. But shout out to everybody. Black Manosphere Meetup was a great success. Shout out to Theo. Shout out to Nate. Shout out to Obsidian Jap and Surtice, Sub-Zero. I'm hoop jargon. I'm getting lost trying to even name all the names of the presenters. But shout out to Eric and Will. I'm supposed to be dropping Will's links in here. He was a videographer of the event. I'm supposed to be dropping his links because he has a YouTube channel where he teaches a lot of the stuff that he do. So I definitely got him on upcoming streams. But yeah, shout out to everybody who made the event what it was. And with that said, we are out of here. Peace.